Hello, hello, and good morning. How is everyone today? I hope you're all doing well. I'm doing very well. As you can see, I'm in a completely new to you space, a newer to me space, and it's going well. So, if you've been following, I have completely moved out of my home and everything is packed. The books are all in storage. Hopefully that's going well. And yeah, and now we're sort of at the in between relaxing part of our move. So we are currently just house sitting, ironically, for our next door neighbors. So my house is right over there. So, like, I can literally see my backyard from here, which is hilarious. But we're extremely grateful for our neighbors because my son really wanted to stay here until he went off to his summer program, but there are no, like, short-term rentals, especially furnished short-term rentals in the area we live in. It's very just residential family home type of area. And so, timing worked out for us to house sit for our neighbors, and so here we are. Anyway, we're here to read. I have done no reading in the last, I don't even know how many days because there's been so much with the move going on. And by the end of the day, I was just too tired to read every single night. I think there was one day in the last five that I've read. And then the last 2 days, I think because we finally finished everything at the house, I've been so tired all day long that I've literally just been laying on the couch and watching YouTube. Have I caught up on my watch list? No, because was I watching BookTube? Nope. I was watching the most random things. I watched a little bit of the dog shows that were going on. I watched Brad Mondo react to hair videos. What else did I watch? Yeah, random things, not even people that I was, like, normally subscribed to. So, I don't know if you guys do that, if you watch, like, super, super random things when you're tired. Anyway, what am I reading? Okay, there are all sorts of things that happened in my reading world as well, and most of them you'll just have to watch my weekly updates because I don't even remember all that has happened in my reading of recent, other than a whole bunch of DNFs for a variety of reasons. But I am going to be catching up today on The Mysteries of Paris. I'm supposed to be on chapter 17 by today. I'm on chapter 13. So not that bad given that the chapters are like 3 or 4 pages long. So that's very doable. I'll probably start each sprint by reading a chapter and then going on to my other book. My other book is And Ladies of the Club. This is a humongous mass market paperback. I mean, every version of this book is pretty large. This one is over 1,400 pages. And I gotta be honest, this is a reread for me. I read this back in high school. It's a pretty easy read. I don't know if it's gonna happen, guys. It's starting so slow, so slow. And I don't remember a lot about the book other than I remember that I liked it. I don't recall loving it. So we'll see. We'll see. So I'm gonna try. I have given myself this year up to 10% in every book that I'm reading. So in a 1,400 page book, that gives you a lot of pages you can read before DNFing. So I have till page about like 140 before I need to make a decision. So I'm going to give the book a chance and then we'll see how it goes from there. But that's enough of me yakking. I mean, I guess I'm still going to be yakking, but now I'm going to be yakking about what you guys are talking about. So let's go to the comments and see what's going on. Hello, Donna. How are you? All is going well. Thank you for asking. And hello to you as well. And I hope your sprints go well. It's a 9:30 in the morning one, so you guys must be doing your I was gonna say buddy read, but it's not a buddy read. I mean, it kind of is a buddy read, but siblings book club read. So that apparently is starting at 9:30. So go check out those sprints if you like to sprint hop. Good morning to you as well, Anne. How are you doing? I enjoy our little chats as we comment back and forth on the videos. Hello, Ricardo. How are you? I know it is exciting, isn't it? And you're on early today. How are things going with you? How was everybody's weekend? Mine was good. It's getting hot here. It's supposed to be super hot this week here, in like the mid 90s. I think there's one day where it's supposed to be the high 90s, and we live in a very humid area for now. Apparently, where we're going is also fairly humid, but I'm like, "Ah, that's all relative because where we live is really humid." So I don't know. We'll see. And Denise, good morning. Oh, you're reading Cutting for Stone and you're 17% in and it's good so far? Oh, jealous. I have Cutting for Stone. And guys, I'm wondering if I'm going to regret the books that I picked. I'm looking at the box of books that I brought with me. And I had a theory and a system, but I'm pretty sure as people mention the books that they're going to read and that I own and didn't bring with me, I'm going to be like, mistakes were made. But we'll see. We'll see. And hello, Han. How are you? Shall I call you Han, Hannah? Let me know. And good morning. Starting off slow this morning. Yeah, chilling on the couch. With your coffee. That sounds excellent. Yes, give yourself a brain break. Ooh, Judy Blume's Then Again, Maybe I Won't. Ooh, I haven't heard of that one. Are you liking it? Let me know. And Metzley, how are you this morning? Hello, hello. How are things going? What are you reading? And what are you reading too, Ricardo? I didn't ask you. Walk in the Woods. Hello. You have so many books you're reading. Ah, isn't that wonderful? And you're starting another one, World of Wonders. Ooh, and look at her last name. Beautifully written autobiography, connecting her life to nature. Oh, that sounds nice. And I'm guessing you like nature writing based on your YouTube name, your handle. And Donna, actually, it's just sprints. Oh, okay. And you actually had to take a bit of a mental health break, so not posting videos and had to take a step back. Hey, that's totally understandable. And it seems like there's a lot of people doing that this summer. And I think summer's the perfect time to do that. So no worries. Well, that's nice that you're still sprinting. And I think that's the nice thing about sprinting is that sometimes even when like you can't do videos and post and all that, you can still connect with sprints. So I hope your sprints go well, and that I remember to swing by and say hi because what's memory? And Ricardo had a boring weekend. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, you ran out of things to write about. Yeah, I know that feeling. And then you didn't want to read, and then your plans to go to the beach got canceled. Oh, boo. But last night you finally finished Rebecca. Ooh, how'd you like Rebecca? What were your thoughts? Are you going to do a video where you talk about it? Let me know. I'm interested. And Anne finishing My Government Means to Kill Me. Just another lighthearted read, Anne. Oh, you're reading it for Pride. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense, that title. Yeah, it's very interesting. Footnotes with context. Ooh, interesting. Good to know. And Denise recently read The Covenant of Water by the same author and loved that. 5 stars. You have high hopes for Cutting for Stone. Ooh, well, I think your high hopes will be met because I know a lot of people were excited about Covenant of Water because they loved Cutting for Stone. So, and I've heard nothing but good things about both. So I really, because I own Cutting for Stone, really want to get to that so then I can buy The Covenant of Water because that looks like a nice chunky book. And Heather, hello, how are you? You just finished up a translation trial for work. Ooh, and you're ready to read. Sounds good. And you're reading Against the Loveless World. That sounds really familiar, but I don't remember who it's by. I hope you're enjoying it. And Donna's focusing on healing your anxiety before getting back to things. That makes a lot of sense, Donna. I can totally understand that because I know there's times where I feel anxious about stuff related to booktube. And if anxiety is already something that you struggle with, I can definitely see how booktube and all that wouldn't help. So yeah, I hope your mental health break goes well and you get your anxiety under control. Anne says to Denise, I thought Cutting for Stone was better though, both 5 stars. Yep, I've also heard that, Anne. So that people, really like it. And Ricardo's going to include your final thoughts in the classics vlog you're doing. Oh, that's right. I remember you mentioning you were going to do a classic. But spoilers, you gave it 5 stars. Yay! And you think it might be your favorite read this year so far. That's awesome. It is a really good book and it's a really good classic. In fact, for a lot of people, like if they're starting with classics, I think it's a good place to start because it is a more modern classic and so, the language in it and stuff isn't usually a barrier. Though some people don't like her like descriptions, especially at the very start. And, Han is fine, okay, then again, maybe I won't is, fun, weird middle grade. Oh, okay. Follows a teenage boy through a move and an influx of money when his father gets a new job, also new friendships. Ooh, sounds like a lot of good middle school themes for sure. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hello, Brecht, how are you? I'm doing well. You'll be reading Camp Damascus. That also sounds familiar. All the books today sound familiar. And Ricardo Maxim's monologue about Rebecca. You're obsessed. Yes. 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 So many good things in that book. And hello, Grace. How are you? Listening to Dear Edward by Anne Napolitano during the sprints. Very nice. Also sending you good vibes. Thank you. And I hope your move went well as well. Yeah. Moving can be fun and stressful and all the things, right? And Donna says, "Oh, you're very welcome, Donna." Good morning, Dee Dee. How are you? By the way, Dee Dee, I love your new thumbnail. Like, I definitely have mornings where, like, that picture is how I feel. And yes, hello to friends in the chat. And Heather, it's by Susan Abhallah. Hmm, it's been recommended a lot recently because it's a Palestinian book. Okay, maybe that's where I have heard it come up. That's probably what it is. Yep. And needs to refilm your update because you messed that up yesterday. Oh no. Okay, well I hope it goes better. I've gosh, guys, I just that just made me think of a video that I need to edit soon, which is I just filmed my final weekly wrap up in my house this weekend, and I don't know if I needed a second cup of coffee or if it was I think it was because I didn't have my books with me or any of the notes I had taken with them. That video was so rambly. It's like 40 minutes long. It will not come out that long, but the amount of editing I'm going to have to do to even make sense, forget to get it shorter, just for it to be like complete sentences, which still probably won't happen. Like that one didn't. There's gonna be a lot of editing that goes on with that, so I can relate. Denise says to Ricardo that Rebecca is on your TBR. Ooh, read it, Denise. It's good. And you made me order another book. Oh, which one was it, Anne? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. And Ricardo, it reminded me a lot of Marina. I was wondering if it would, just based on what I read about Marina and just what you had said about it. The writing styles, the nostalgic feel, the gray characters. Ooh, that makes me really want to read Marina. I keep looking for copies of it and not finding it, but I think my library has it. And Metzley read 2 books, so that is good, yeah. Oh, but you also have anxiety, and it's been getting worse lately. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully you'll be able to keep yourself busy reading today, and that will and it's such a beautiful read. So true, Ricardo. I agree with you. It's not just your opinion. And Brick says, I need to edit and put out that video today because I wanted that to be today. Yes. Okay. Well, hopefully you'll get that edited during the sprints and stuff. And yeah, but it has to be handled some way. And sometimes temporarily, if it's a temporary fix, like that can help in the moment, and then you work on the long-term fixes as you go along. And Dee Dee says to Heather, I started Against the Loveless World earlier this year. I still need to finish it as I got to about 48%. Not bad. Oh, Metzley, you read A Door into Summer and Almond. I have not heard of Almond, but I read A Door into Summer. How did you like A Door into Summer, Metzley? I really liked that book. I was very pleasantly surprised by it. And the cat chasing scene when he's like in the living room on the couch and the cat's chasing people around, A plus. Best scene with a cat in a book ever, in my opinion. Heather says to Dee Dee, how were you enjoying it? And you feel like you've been stuck halfway through for so many books. Oh, that's such a frustrating feeling, Heather, where you're like, okay, I'll get back to it at some point. And Denise says to Ricardo, hopefully you can fit it into Tar. If not, you will get to it in July. Nice. And recently read your first classic Animal Farm. Yay! That's another good one to start with because it's so interesting and fantastical. And I just feel like there's so many parts of Animal Farm that make you go like, wait, what? Uh, and Heather realized she can't stay up for a lot of sprints because you actually have to work tomorrow for once. I'm sorry. But hey, you'll get it for a little bit, right? And the books on Megatron list. Oh no, you got a book off of Megatron's list. Oh, and are you a Decepticon? Or do you wanna learn more about one of your Decepticons? And if you don't know what we're talking about, I just, released a video this morning at 8 AM where I had, ChatGPT create a reading list for both Optimus Prime and Megatron, and I explain why in the video. But the results are nothing short of hilarious, especially if you were or are a Transformer fan. Highly recommend. I love AI. It's concerning, is what it is. Hans says, trying to hold off buying books as I have to move to college in the fall. Ah, yes. And trying to also read all the books you own this summer. Oh, yeah, it takes a lot of self control. It does. It does. I totally remember my last summer before college. And that was one of my things, too. I was like, I have to read all my books so that those are all read. And then I'm going to college and I can't bring them with me. Or at least not as many as I'd want to. Good luck with that. Ricardo, I think I'm going to read The House of Ula. Or sorry, these letters are small, so I'm trying to see how many L's are in the word. Oh, is it a Yoa? Do you do the double L's as a Y as well? Let me know. I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing that all sorts of wrong. And so you're going to be reading that during the sprints and hopefully finish the vlog soon. Nice. And, Animal Farm was a great book. I agree, Heather, or at least it was when you were 13. No, I just read it this year, and still loved it. Ricardo says to Metzley, "Your friend recommended Almond." What is Almond about? I forgot to ask about that. That sounds interesting. You loved that moment. You loved how angry Belle was, and I don't like her. Yeah, no. Belle is, like, the worst person ever. I hated her. Oh, yeah, but that moment was icing on the cake, and this is from A Door into Summer by Robert A. Heinlein. If you guys have not read that book, read it if you like sci-fi. It's very light sci-fi, but very enjoyable. And Dee Dee says to Heather, I was really enjoying it, but I was reading it with my eyes. And at the time, I was so used to audiobooks that it was a bit of a chore. That can happen. I know that feeling for sure, Dee Dee. And oh, you have a doctorate in psychology. Maybe that's wrong with there's nothing wrong with you, and that makes a lot of sense because you're probably always interested in like why do people think the way they do. So I could definitely see you enjoying that video because there was a lot in there that I was like, this is very interesting how the AI is sort of psychoanalyzing both these fictional characters and then, yeah, the suggestions that it makes, especially to Megatron, I'm like, "No." And Metzley says to Ricardo, "I did. It was really good. It gave me a lot to think about." Ooh, nice. And, Dee Dee says to Heather, "It was a book club read, and you got your physical copy late in the month, so you were playing catch up." Ah, yes, book club catch up. That's me. And Ricardo says, "Oh, you didn't care for Animal Farm. It was cute, but you expected so much more." Then my suggestion, Ricardo, would be to read 1984 if you have not read that. Same author, same topic, much more fleshed out. Personally, I found 1984 to be too fleshed out for my opinion, and I like Animal Farm better because I felt like I got everything I got in 1984, but encapsulated in a way that I would read and reread and could apply to a lot more scenarios. But based on what you're saying, I think you would like 1984 better. That's why you prefer going into a book blindly because you get your hopes up easily. Yeah, same. I can totally relate to that where you're like, "Oh." Anyway, all right, that's the end of the comments that I can see for right now, so let's go ahead and get into a sprint. I'm going to start with The Mysteries of Paris, like I said, and read a chapter, and then switch to my other book and grind through that and see if that picks up at all. And we're gonna do 45 minutes for our first sprint, but since we'll be here all day, all the rest of our sprints will be an hour. I think I may have figured out a way to give you guys a nice nature view during our sprint. We'll try it during this first one, and you can let me know what you think about it. But it will kind of be a split screen where between the timer and the other thing outside. I don't know how it'll show up, so we'll test it and we'll find out together. All right, let me pull up our timer and we'll see what we can see outside. Yesterday, there was a big red-tailed hawk out there, which was pretty awesome. Anyway, happy sprinting, and I'll see you in 45 minutes. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that first sprint go for everyone? Mine went really well. I did everything I was hoping to do. So I read a chapter in The Mysteries of Paris, and that one was just like a really it was a chapter that he spent characterizing one of the people who has somewhat figured into the book, but not prominently as a character yet, if that makes sense. And then I did move on to And Ladies of the Club, and it's going better than when I first started the book, which may have just been I was too tired when I first started reading this a couple of days ago. But it's an interesting time period that this book takes place in. So basically, this entire really long book follows the lives of a handful of women who all went to college together in um, Ohio in the late 1800s, I believe it is. And basically, in the novel, it just follows them over the course of the rest of their lives living in this town and a women's club they started and that kind of thing. And it's already broached some interesting topics, such as these women have just all graduated as young ladies from a women's college. But they're now sort of confronted with the reality of what life is going to be like moving forward versus what life was like in college. And one of their valedictorian, I feel like, framed it really well at one point in her speech. What was the words that she used? I tabbed it. It says, she says she's giving a long farewell to their greatness, and she talks about how they're now going to go out into the world, and they've spent 4 years getting used to people opening doors for them, for being on top of everything, having all these conversations, et cetera, et cetera. And if you don't know much about the time period of the this time period in the US, it's post the Civil War, a few years out, I think 3 years out from the end of the Civil War. They're looking to nominate Grant as president, and it's just before or right at the line of Reconstruction of the South. And they also have a lot of other interesting things that come up. Like the main keynote speaker for their graduation is this former general for the Union. And he comes and talks, and he's now Congress member, and he's talking about how important it is to vote and, how he really wants to, has all these grand ideas and, basically vote for me kind of thing. Though the part that all of them are kind of like, this is a weird keynote speech, is that you're at a women's college and women don't have the right to vote. And so they're all kind of like, how is this relevant to us? You're speaking to like our fathers in the audience and no one else. And interestingly, during this speech, they have at the fence line, there's a whole bunch of African American males lined up because he's also talking about how he thinks they have the right to vote or should get the right to vote because those things are still being decided. Like now that we've freed all these former enslaved people, are we going to give them the right to vote? And he's on the side that thinks, yes, we should be, which at that time is the Republican Party, which is just another interesting subset of things going on there. And so it's like, are you Republican and Democrat? There's a lot of interesting things happening in this book, and it's set during a very fascinating time period, especially as a woman. So they have like one graduate who she's wants to go off to law school and become a judge, but she would also like to stop wearing hoop skirts and be able to cut her hair to be short. And they're all like, good luck. We don't know how you're even going to get into law school, let alone go and become a judge. Anyway, that's my book. How is yours going? Let's see here. Anne was asking if I read Man's Search for Meaning, which was one of the books recommended in the video or that came up in the video. And I have not. There were quite a few on those lists that sounded interesting. None of them sounded like fun summer reads to me. So, or at least most of them didn't, because they were very like leadership directed. But I will keep that in mind because, like I said, my husband reads a lot of these types of books, so he might like that one. Hello, Alicia. How are you? I am doing well. I am like more awake than yesterday and hoping to actually read. And just joining you, finished breakfast and coffee. Very nice. You will be finishing up Crush. Ooh, 552 out of 684 pages. Sounds like you stand a pretty good chance. And Christina, good morning. How are you? Oh, you're reading Amnet. I don't know what happened there, where I just made the H silent. Hamnet, 80 pages left, 5 stars so far. Good luck. Oh, I read that. It is a really good book. I really enjoyed it. Um, Metzley's book, Almond, talks about mental health, and it shows you two perspectives of it. Oh, wow, too many feelings and none at all, and how feeling that can hurt so much. That sounds really good, Metzley. Thank you for letting me know about that. I'm gonna have to look that up. Christina on Animal Farm, that book was terrifying. Those pigs were brutal. True, 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 true. Breck, don't tell anyone, but I faked my reaction. It's just booktube math, I guess. Oh, I know. When you have to like refilm something, I have been there where you're like, well, this was how I reacted the first time, but then I had to refilm it. And so now it's a faked reaction, but it was the real one. People don't know. If you don't film, you don't know, but I know. Hey, good morning, Karen. How are you doing today? I'm doing well. And you're reading The Tale of Genji. Yay! And you're on page 67, not far in, but you'd like to finish one chapter today. Very good. Well, I hope you're able to do that. And Karen, I didn't see you on there unless you just weren't commenting. Did you see that they this weekend on Saturday, Beautiful Minutia and her co-host, they all did the first like live discussion of the Tale of Genji. You probably don't want to watch it yet now that I think about it, because I don't know how they've broken up the sections, but they were definitely more than the first 67 pages in. But go and check it out. It was a really fun discussion. Lots of things came up. And they also recommended a video by Benjamin McInvoy, I think it is, where he has like an hour and a half long video where he talks about how to read the Tale of Genji. Sounds intense. And who is the author of Almond? Good question. Karen watched the beginning of the live stream. Okay, well, you already answered my question. And you had tried in Ladies of the Club a second time several years ago and put it down, so it must not have grabbed me right away. Those first couple of pages weren't grabbing me either. I'm now on page 16 and I'm like, okay, there's interesting things being discussed. So I don't think I'm going to do a read along of it, but I might put up a read along on Storygraph. So if anybody wants to leave comments, we can all discuss. But it's a super long book, so I'm definitely not doing every chapter in this book on there. It's broken up, I think, into decades. So I might do it that way. We'll see. I might do nothing at all. I make no promises. And Christina, good morning. How are you today? Thank you for hugging the like button. I hope you're doing well. Hello, LA. You stayed up until 2 a.m. finishing Perfect Peace. Ooh, I bet you did. Hopefully, we'll be able to finish Black Fortunes today. Very good. How was Perfect Peace? Did you watch, or are you going to watch Courtney at Tangible Reads? She did a video discussion. Like they had a live discussion that was recorded on her and Jaleesa and Kiana talking about Perfect Peace. And then Courtney also did a separate video where she discusses all her thoughts on Perfect Peace. So definitely something to check out. And you've been reading everything from Libby lately. Nice. And need to get through your physical books. Yeah, that will happen. And Almond is written by that name right there that I'm not going to butcher, but you can see it. And you got 7 out of 16 minutes edited. Nice. Good morning, Jamie. How are you? Just hopping in to say hello and hit the like before you start work. Have a wonderful day at work. And Han says 57 pages for me that sprint. Nice. And now you're working on scholarship info. Wonderful. Ooh, hope you get those scholarships. And Heather just read 2%. The writing is so succulent. Ooh, I like that word to describe the writing. And beautiful. You're taking it as slow as possible to soak it all in. Ooh, that all just sounds so delectable. And Denise made it to 21%. Very nice. Hello, Jasper. How are you? Before we were trans, a nonfiction. Yeah, I don't know why I felt like I read nonfiction wrong. A nonfiction about gender nonconforming people before modern language existed. Ah, right. Okay, gotcha. Waiting for the pest and maintenance guys. Okay, two very unrelated things. I hope they come soon for you and that you enjoy your book. Heather says good morning to Christina. Ricardo read 20 pages in the house of Ulua. I feel like that's a Hawaiian pronunciation of a Spanish name. There you go. It's going to be different every time, Ricardo. And edited the Rebecca part of the vlog. Nice. How is your sprints, guys? Very good question. Good morning to Heather. By the way, did you guys like, did the outside picture become clear? I saw birds were like flying by doing crazy things because for some reason, not in my yard, which is like the little fenced part you see off to the side, but in their backyard, the birds are like wild. Like they dive bomb each other. I don't know what's going on back here, but it's a little crazy bird paradise. Speaking of dive bombing, I was sitting outside in front the other day, in front of my house, and I was sitting under a tree watching them unload stuff, and I saw that there was this hawk flying around. At one point, it flew by chasing another bird, and to catch up with it, it went so fast at one point that I literally heard like the wind going over its body. It was like super exciting. I was like, "Whoa." I had never experienced that before. Like I see the hawks diving after things all the time, but to actually be able to hear the sound of wind breaking over it, pretty awesome. Metzley says, "You didn't read? Okay. Oh, you have math homework. Okay, yes. Get the math homework done first and then move on to the fun things." And oh my gosh, how not ho? Did you say ho? Clearly, I didn't read that. So, oh, yeah, I read how. I have learned that I read fast enough that like I read letters that aren't there. Like my brain just fills them all in. And Dee Dee's been reorganizing your bookshelves. Fun, fun, fun. Tried to convince yourself that you don't need another one, but failed. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it just doesn't work out. And there's the name of the author of Almond. Yes, yes. Thank you, Ricardo. And Benjamin McEvoy, yes, there's his correct last name, is great. You're part of his hardcore literature book club and you're reading it as part of the group read. You love all his discussions. Very nice. I do enjoy his videos. I like the different little things that he does. I don't watch them all, but like I think he goes into nice depth on things. That's what I'm trying to say. LA loved Perfect Peace and it was 5 stars. Ooh, you can check out her videos now. Yeah, you didn't want to risk hearing spoilers. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because both her video and the discussion went like they had finished the book, so it was all spoilers. So hope you enjoy. Christina has coffee. So far, so good. I'm doing well, though I keep forgetting every single morning that I have two yum yum things, and I might have to make myself another cup of coffee so I can enjoy them. One is there's some Bailey's Irish cream in the house, and so I might need that in my coffee. And then the second one is my husband and I and my son, we went to the town next to us. They had a Puerto Rican festival this weekend. My husband's Puerto Rican. And and they had casitos, which are like I don't even know how to describe it. It's a breakfast pastry or all day pastry, depending on the person. That is like a flaky pastry filled with their special cheese. It's a cheese that's similar to the type of cheese that's in a cheese Danish. So it's like a sweeter cream cheese, but not creamy, but not cheesy. It looks like a stick of mozzarella, but it does not taste like mozzarella. Anyway, it's a sweet cream cheese type of filling action going on. And then you can also get it with guava paste in there as well. It's delicious. It's a delicious Puerto Rican like breakfast pastry. Anyway, so I kind of want to have the coffee with the Bailey's cream and the casito and like blow my mind. And Patty, good morning. How are you? You lurked during the last sprint. That's fine. I've been lurking a lot myself. And finishing your workout, very nice. And nice to see you as well. And yes, the moving is progressing smoothly. Thank you. And you're reading your book of the month, Margot's Got Money Troubles. Ooh, that sounds fun. And I'm glad you're liking it. So, what is it about? And Kathy, hello. How are you? Hey, girl. Hey. Bit of work today. Very nice. And spending the whole day reading Gideon the Ninth and Layla. Very nice. Yeah, the breaking of the wind, which is the funniest thing, Metzley, that you said it like that. You didn't say the breaking of the wind. You said the wind breaking, which is yes, the wind breaking was awesome. I said the breaking of the wind, which is funny because breaking wind is an idiom for like farting. So maybe that's what he was actually doing, maybe that's how it's propulsion going on there. But it was, yeah. And don't try to convince yourself it's not gonna work. Yeah, yeah, no. Not buying things is not going to work. Yeah. And need to go to the store before the heat settles? Yes, do that. It is supposed to be hot on this next sprint. I think I'm probably gonna go for a walk because the last I looked, it was already 80 degrees, and I'm not gonna wanna walk much more after that when it gets too hot. Um, Ricardo says, "Guys, what's the most disappointing book you've read recently?" Ooh. That would be my one-star read for the year, but, um, if I went with something more recent than that, I'm gonna have to look, Ricardo. That's a really good question. Heather is craving coffee now. Ooh, you have creme brulee instant pack. Yes, that could be really good. And Metzley is gonna be using this account because the laptop won't connect to the Wi-Fi, but your phone will. Okay, sounds good. I still recognize you after that one first fun time. Ricardo, that sounds so good. I know. Annotating Puerto Rico on my travel list just for the food. Yes, do. Yeah, go just for the food, if nothing else. Yeah. The food is so excellent. And Heather says to Ricardo, gotta go look through my DNFs. I know, I know, I know. I'm with you, Heather. It's not that I can't think of any, it's just I can think of so many. Like, just everything I've mentioned as a DNF. Ooh, okay, I've got it, Ricardo. My most recent disappointing book, and this was one that was truly disappointing, was the sequel to Three Men on a Boat. It was Three Men on the Bummel, um, by Jerome K. Jerome. So it was a follow-up novel. It was going well. It definitely sorry, there's a bird over there eating a worm. It's really distracting. Like I said, the birds are really on something extra special over here at this house. But oh, there it goes, it flew away. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, Jerome K. Jerome. Yeah, so I was disappointed in the book. One, because it got like randomly racist in one of the chapters. It was passing it off as like this is funny, and I was like, no, it's not. And then the second part was that it just wasn't as funny in general as the first book. Like, the first book was hilarious, like, crying, I was laughing so hard. And the second book was like, "Oh, okay, this is kinda humorous, So I was very disappointed in it. That would be mine. Christina, you want a cheese Danish, although that sounds amazing too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know, Metzley. I don't know, and I'm not trying to get us on the food talk yet. Christina will be reading Off the Beaten Path. Very nice. And Percy Jackson book 2. There's another bird doing something weird out there. Very nice. Sounds like you have good selections for today, Christina. Denise, Sister Ricardo, tomorrow, tomorrow, and tomorrow. Really? There's so many people who like that one, though, Denise. Why was it a disappointment for you? I want to know. And I who have never known men. These are such a surprising ones, but I guess, like, that's the whole thing, right? Like, that's why it was disappointing because I feel like these are all books, not mine. Nobody's talking about my book, but your guys's books are all books that I feel like a lot of people are talking about, so interestingly, we're disappointed you. Kathy says, "Waiting was very disappointing." Oh, you struggled through it. I haven't heard of that one, Kathy. What did you find disappointing about it? And hello, Pirate. Pirate says, decided to read The Fall That Saved Us during the sprints and work on your cross stitch during the chatty bits. Ooh, I like that. Very nice. What are you cross stitching? And Heather, Sister Ricardo, no longer human. Oh, you didn't DNF it, so it wasn't terrible, but you didn't get the hype. Okay, maybe you needed others to discuss it with. Yeah, that can sometimes happen. Sometimes that can turn into the let's all discuss this crappy book together, which then at least makes it fun. LA, your least enjoyed books this year were Circe and 100 Years of Solitude. Okay, I definitely want to hear what you didn't like. Okay, I'm ready. You have to share what disappointed you about these books. I'm nosy and curious. I really want to know, especially 100 Years this way. 100 Years of Solitude. I read that. I was disappointed. I have thoughts. I read part of it. I DNF'd it. I have thoughts. Brecht says her worst was Truly Devious. I'm totally going to be distracted here, guys. There was literally a squirrel now. Like the view that I have, which like the camera shot you guys had was higher up into the trees. The view I have out of the corner of my eye is the patio in the back porch here. And there's just wildlife being wild. And it's just constant fluttering out of the corner of my eye. Karen says escape velocity was one of the disappointing. You had some interesting topics, but just wasn't prevented very sensitively. I've had that in books, and that is very disappointing when that happens. LA loved No Longer Human and was 5-star for you. Yeah, and if I recall, I think it was one that you read because your son really enjoyed it. So interesting. Ricardo, remember I mentioned that. I did mention it in one of my wrap ups. Yep. And you have so many mixed opinions about tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow as well. Or you've heard mixed opinions. Interesting. I've only heard good things about it, I think. But that's interesting to know. Good morning, Maria. How are you doing today? I'm doing well. The move is coming along. We're all moved out. Everything's in storage and in different places, and we're like in our home away from home, sort of, so to speak. We are not in our new home. We are house sitting for a couple of weeks, and then we will be in our new temporary home. But I was telling people at the beginning, like the funny part about where we are right now is we're literally house sitting next door to our old house. So, like, I can see my house from here, literally, because it's right next door. But it's fun. And Heather says to LA, some books need to be dissected and analyzed for me to enjoy them. I think this was one of them. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, like, it might have been a book that would have been more enjoyable in a book club for you, or like if you annotated it heavily or something like that. I have books like that. Yeah. And Anne said, I who have never known men and The Handmaid's Tale were too similar. Okay. I could see that based on the little bit I've heard of I who have never known men. Interesting. Interesting. And Kathy says it's about a guy who married but has an affair and tries to divorce his wife for 18 years. And there was no substance to the story. And then so much, in the last 3 chapters. Yeah, I hate that. Where you're like, really? You just put put the entire plot in the last 3 chapters? Good for you to making it to those last 3 chapters, though. Pirate, it's like a temperature tracker. Different temps are assigned a different color, and each day of the year is a different potion or alchemy bottle. That's really neat. I love that. Yeah, like I know people will do like the temperature scarves where like each part of the scarf is a different temperature, which now that I'm thinking about that, since I'm moving to a slightly different area, I should probably make one of those this year. But now that makes me wish I had made one for here. Maybe I'll do that because I can it's not like I can't check the temperature of where I currently live when I live somewhere else. I might have to do that because I'm very curious to see how different the temperatures are. I actually suspect that they're very similar, but just slightly delayed. Like, as in, I'm moving slightly west, but almost directly west of where I currently live. And I feel like the temperature west of me is the same temperature. It's just that where I currently live, we get it a few days later and slightly hotter. And Maria says, I think I will be starting Their Vicious Lies today because Libby is threatening to take it. Well, that will always do it. There's Libby threats. And Heather, oh my gosh, I loved I Who Have Never Known Men. You meshed with the writing style so much, just like the book you're reading now, and you actually cried over it. Ah, see, different strokes, different folks. And Ricardo, your biggest disappointment was A Little Life. I remember you talking about that, but you got a whole video talking about it. So enough hate for that book. The runner-up is Veronica Decides to Die. Really? Oh no, Ricardo, that's a book that I have, and I plan on reading it sometime this year, maybe. Maybe not anymore. It's in a bind up of two other books, so maybe I'll try one of the other two books, but that's good to know. But yeah, you see how with my one-star book, I didn't even name it or talk about it. So I get that feeling. And Metzley, the view you have is constant movement. Yeah, it is. Yeah, because the trees are blowing out there. There's a lot happening outside today. There really is. And there's just more to follow. Like if I show you the ground, maybe the next time I'll get you more of the ground view because at some point the fox will come by. Because there's a fox that lives, there's actually like a whole like horde or group, whatever they're called, a group of foxes that live in our neighborhood. And if you didn't know, foxes, like coyote and a few other animals that are of the same, like whatever it is in bio, they tend to do circuits, like they run circuits. So they will just travel the same complicated pattern all day long for hours. And that's how they find food is they just continue to move through the same food filled areas. So like I can more or less so if I was paying attention, I'd be able to tell you what time the fox goes by every day. And I know exactly where he goes by. So I'll try. I haven't seen him yet. I feel like it's sometime late morning. So I'll do a ground shot. You'll get the playground. And maybe you'll see the fox go by during the next or two or three. Because I haven't actually paid attention. I don't know what time he goes by. Because it changes from year to year. And Heather says, a fellow cross stitcher. Yay, very fun. Dee Dee, my worst book was The Frozen River by Ariel Lawhon. I don't know why I couldn't get that out. And you couldn't get past the first page. Oh, that is bad. That is bad. And Melissa, good morning. How are you? And welcome. Just coming in for your first sprint. Yay. Glad to have you here. Looking forward to getting a big chunk of the Count of Monte Cristo. Yes, cut out for today. I hope you do. I hope you're enjoying it. So I'm guessing if you want to get a big chunk of it done today, that you are. I loved the Count of Monte Cristo. So good. So many twists, so many turns, so many like mind-blowing moments in that book. And hello, Mary. How are you? You're reading with the audio of 11/22/63. Nice. And you're in awe of the storytelling. Wow. I love that for you. And it's getting me more and more excited to read that book. Denise, you were liking it at first, and then it seemed that it was written for the sole purpose of pushing an agenda and a false narrative. Ah, yeah, boo. And you read to be moved and entertained, not to have an agenda pushed on you. Yeah, I feel that. That's how I felt about the Midnight Library. And even though I was like, I don't feel like it was a bad agenda or anything, like I got his idea, I'm the same. Like I want to be told a good story. And if you're going to have an agenda in your story, I want it interwoven. I don't want it like smacked in my face like an advertisement. And LA seriously had too many random things happening. Okay, I could see that. Too many characters and was long and boring. 100 Years of Solitude had too much normal. Yes, 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 yes. Especially that first part. Too much normalized incest. And I also thought there was too much normalized, like, what sometimes felt like rape of either men or women, as well as pedophilia. And I thought, along with all the magical things that was happening, that was also just fine in the book. So, and I don't know if it dragged on because I DNF'd it. And LA both had more that you didn't like, but disliked them so much that you tried to put them both as far away from your mind as possible. Yeah, I know that feeling too. And Denise loved Circe. I really enjoyed Circe. Good morning, Coda. Coda, I have gardening questions for you. So my neighbors whose home were house sitting have disturbingly left me in charge of watering their plants, which include rosemary, basil, some other herb that I don't know, a third plant that I have no idea what it is, and a fig tree. I was like, "You're leaving me to water your fig tree?" So it hasn't rained in days. I've remembered 1.5 times to water them. I told him he'll be lucky if they survive, but they were leaving for 3 weeks and not doing anything to them, so I think they're aware that all their plants may die. Um, so any suggestions on watering? And by the way, they also left me a hose that when I turn the nozzle, I can water my garden from here. That's how powerful this thing can get. Or it can just do like a huge mist. Any suggestions you have are welcome. And okay, I don't know when your comment came in, so I don't know what you didn't know, but I'm glad you know it now. Heather says hello to Coda. And Ricardo says Paulo Coelho is very hit or miss for you. Okay, you've read three that you absolutely love and two you loathe. Your favorites are Hippie, The Alchemist, and 11 Minutes. I have The Alchemist and I might have 11 Minutes. So maybe I'll start with those, Ricardo, because we seem to have similar likes. Denise says hello to Coda. Ricardo says hello to Coda. Coda says hello to a whole bunch of people. Alicia says hi. Teddy bears for Coda. And it says I made it through my scholarship phone call. Yay! I also hate professional phone calls, but I hope you get your scholarship. How exciting! And Denise says to LA, thanks for the insight on 100 years. Yeah. Remove. Yeah, if you don't like questionable things like that, I don't understand how that doesn't at least come up as a content warning more frequently when people mention that. Like, I don't know that I've ever heard anyone mention that as part of that book. Ricardo, a lot of Garcia Marquez's pieces have normalized. Yeah, and I wondered that because I was like, maybe I should just try a different book, but I was like, it just seems so much just a part of the book that with the second, you try to be less judgy because back in the day it was normalized, but it's still very uncomfortable to read. I agree. Like, there is a sense where it's clear where it's like, he's not calling it rape because it wasn't considered that at the time. And, maybe it was okay to like be marrying like, 12-year-olds and that kind of thing culturally. But I think that's a very good way of putting it. It's like, yes, as a modern reader, you don't want to completely judge a book back in the time period where it was written, but content warnings are nice because it may make you extremely uncomfortable as a modern day reader. Coda's saying hi to everyone and everyone that he missed, and hi's back. And Metzley, what? That's what you've been longing to read for so long? Oh, yeah. You didn't know what I said about the foxes. Oh, yeah, okay. Fair enough. Hopefully we'll see him. I'll have to stop chatting so we don't miss him because I definitely feel like he comes by soon. You water outside stuff every morning. I did notice that. I have not been doing that. Inside stuff once a week or when they look droopy. Thank goodness there are no inside plants, Coda. I just have to do the ones outside unless it rains. So I'm hoping it rains and that Mother Nature takes care of these things, especially the fig tree, which has figs growing on it. And I'm like, I can't handle this. I feel like I'm watching somebody's child. Yeah, I don't blame you, Anne. And Karen agrees about his books. See, yeah, things we wish we knew before reading. Yeah, 100 days, yeah, 100 years, it could be all of them. And Ricardo, softy enough to 100 years midway through the story, you need to pick it up again, but you were so confused with the time jumps and the random stuff popping up out of nowhere. I have also heard that about that book. Christina says hello to Coda. Coda says if it rains, it needs to rain enough for all day. Okay. Hello, Adrienne. How are you? You're working from home today? Well, nice to have you here and need coffee. Yes, this is not our new place. No, this is our neighbor's place. So it's next door to our old place because we're house sitting. So that's the short version. And Coda says hello to Christina and hello to Adrienne. All right, I am going to go ahead and get our next sprint going. I was like, "What am I even talking about?" And it will be an hour-long sprint, so you guys can watch all the birdies and whatever else squirrel that keeps going by very suddenly. Oh, I think I saw the hawk fly over because I can see the gigantic shadows, and that's usually what they're from. All right, happy sprinting. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went really well. I went for a walk and talked to my mom real quickly on the phone. And then what did I do? I came back. I did make myself some more coffee and had my casito. And yeah, that was super tasty. Oh, I watered the plants outside, which you may or may not have seen water splashing around. Their hose is intense, so it's an adventure every single time. And I don't know if I overwatered them or underwatered them. The basil's looking a little bit peaked. It's definitely looking wilted, and there's like some little brown bits that may or may not have been there before. Should I take those off? I don't know. Um, and then since the hose was on, I sprayed other stuff, including part of my yard. Because again, it's like a fire hose on one of the settings. Anyway, so I did that, and then I came back inside. That's when I had my snack, and I also ate some yogurt because I felt like that was a lot of sugar and non-satisfying food all at one time. I mean, satisfying in one way, but not another. And then I got some reading done at the very, very end. So, how did that sprint go for you guys? Did you see the fox? Like, I was away from the window most of the time, so I don't know if he came by. Um, I'll keep an eye out, but there's no way I'm gonna be able to turn the camera fast enough if I do see him swing by. Anyway, when I left off, Coda was saying hello to Adrian. Adrian was saying, "Oh," and Han was saying, "I'm dog sitting this week. One of your favorite things. Very nice. Just you and the doggo in the books. Ooh, sounds very nice. And occasionally some TV. Excellent." Christina, it's 81 degrees there. Yeah, it's got to be at least about that where I am too now. But the humidity level is currently at 65. Oh, I'm sure mine is. Eh, actually, it wasn't too bad outside. Like, my body is still thinking about sweating, even though I've been back inside for a while. It's still at that point where it's like, "Yeah, maybe we should help you cool down." It feels like you're breathing through a cloth. Oh, yeah, it's not that bad here yet. You're welcome, Metzley. And Christina's, not that you're complaining. You don't want winter. Yeah, no, we don't want winter yet. And I did say the Fox camera is a go. And if he does show up, yeah, it's always down by the play set. And but then he kind of ducks back into the bushes and comes back out near the part where you would see down by the playground. And yes, to read or search for the fox. I did think about that. I was like, am I creating a dilemma for you guys? Because I know it would be a dilemma for me. Like, do I read or do I sit there and watch and see? Oh, we're about the same, Christina. It's 82 here. Or no, I'm sorry, it's 81 and 65% humidity. So, and that's exactly how it felt near you today. You felt like you were covered in sweat and water all day. Yeah. I mean, I live in a pretty fairly humid area, so 65% humidity here is like, "Oh, it's nice and cool outside. It's not too humid." We can get, like, approaching that, like, if I throw dirt in the air, will it rain kind of level of humidity. Mary says, "Hello, Dakota and Christina. Hello, Laura. How are you doing? How are things going? Ooh, the Way of Kings. Have you started it already, Laura, or are you just starting it? And how are you liking it if you've already started it?" And hellos for Laura and Dee Dee. And then Han said, "Finished out Judy Blume's Then Again. Maybe I won't. Nice. Wrote a review and then took some Bookstagram photos. Nice. Trying to be more active on all of your bookish social media. That can be tricky to do. So good for you." And Ricardo read another 20 pages of your book and took the shortest nap ever. Yeah, it must have been if you also got 20 pages in, but you needed the rest to rest the eyes. Yes, it is getting late there. So, or later. It's certainly a good napping time for sure. And Kiana, good morning. How are you doing? And Patty went to the post office and showered. Nice. That's a lot in one little sprint. And I watered the patio. Yeah, that's basically what I did. There may have been some plants involved as well. You don't usually water the plants during the day because the sun can burn them. Huh, good to know. Um, Maybe I need to do it first thing when I wake up. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, sunburn. Okay, if you're getting the foliage wet after sunrise. Oh, soak the dirt. I am trying to soak the dirt. I will say that. But the hose is kind of wild. So good to know. Good to know. These are why I need, it's gonna take a village for these plants to survive. That's what I'm saying here. And you did not. Alicia got to page of the story notes. I got wow. Let me read the words in the order they occur. You got a page of story notes written. I don't know why that was hard for me. And the kids' breakfast. I read a chapter of Crush. And now you're at 567 out of 684. Nice, Alicia. Diana, hello, good morning. How are you? And you're starting your 152nd read for the year today. Awesome. Their Eyes Were Watching God by Zora Neale Hurston. Very nice, which was also on the PBS Greatest American Reads. Yes, you're doing like the whole list, right? If I recall correctly. I feel like this came up in another sprint. But yeah, oh, very good. I hope you enjoy it. I read what was her book? Starts with a B. I wanna say Barnacle, but that's definitely not what it's called. It's also not Barracuda or Barracoon. It's a book with a B that's, like, the story of, like, one of the last slaves who was still alive, who was on the last slave ship that came over to the US. Barracoon? It was good. Amberly, good morning. How are you? I'm doing well. You're reading Mistborn. Ooh, we got a lot of Brandon Sanderson going on today and getting some housework done this morning. Excellent. Mary got 33 pages done. Denise got your husband's meds up for the week and read 3% more. Very good. Now you're at 24%, going along well. You're going to eat while listening to the chat. What are you eating, Denise? Heather read 6% of the book, moving much quicker now, and you've been enjoying searching up a bunch of the people, songs, and food mentioned. That can be fun. I love that. Coda's almost done watering your garden much earlier than I did mine. I should take note of this. I watered the garden at 11:50. Coda's watering the garden at 8:50. Okay. I'm taking notes. Something lopped the tops off of two of your sunflowers. Cats? I mean, what would do that? You don't have like, I mean, you're on like a patio porch raised thing, not like ground level with the raccoons. I'm sorry, Coda, that's a bummer. And you're on to part two of the Streets of Laredo now. So 40 pages done while watering. Nice. I need to get an audiobook going for sure. And Keys Looks and Books. Hello, how are you? Welcome. And you're reading The Housemaid. Oh, The Housemaid is Watching. That's book two, right? And you're about 50% in. I hope you're enjoying it. Thanks for joining. Ricardo's 81% humidity. You've got us all beat, Ricardo. And it's only going up the rest of the week. Oh, are you guys having a heat wave like we are here? It's supposed to get like hot here this week. Kiana is probably going to nap and then go to the library. Sounds like a good day. And hellos to Christina. Betsley's laughing, or I could do it in the afternoon. Yeah, when it's getting dark. That's what I did it the first time. I'll bet on that one because if I do it first thing in the morning, I'll probably forget. But now that you're saying that, that explains why I always would see my neighbor on his back porch in his bathrobe when I was up first thing in the morning. He must have been watering the plants. It's all making sense now, guys. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably do it in the evening. I mean, not again today because I'm pretty sure I've tortured them enough. And Christina says hello to Laura and Dee Dee and Kiana. Hello, Dee. How are you doing today? You've been in a reading slump for the last 3 weeks. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. That's a long time. And you're reading a nonfiction called The Five. Okay. I hope it's going well for you. What is it about? I haven't heard of that one. And Christina says hello to Denise. Yes, here we go. Barracoon. It was I'm pretty sure I did every version of that word except for that one. And it was very good. I enjoyed that book. And Coda says, yes, but better to do it in the morning. Oh, so the plants have enough water through the hot part of the day. Good point. Okay, back to watering in my bathrobe. Sure, sure, sure. And Kiana says hello to Christina and Coda. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, watering info. I will watch that. Maybe during this next sprint. Maybe tomorrow morning. I'll watch it tomorrow morning. I get up early, so I'll drink my coffee while I watch this video, and then I'll apologize to the plants while I water them. And Christina, so we're looking at a portable air conditioner. It says it humidifies. Ooh, that's always nice. And you want it cooler, but you don't think you need any more moisture in the air. Oh, it humidifies? I thought you meant dehumidifies. Oh, how does that even work? Most of the air conditioners that I know of like dehumidify the air, and that's like one of the major ways they cool it down. I don't know about that, Christina. That sounds suspicious. And Denise is eating a chili dog and chips. Yum, yum, yum. And Coda tries to water before 9. Before 7 and 8 is better. Okay. I could probably do before 7 and 8. I'm like, if I'm sleeping past 8, I'm a lucky duck that day. And Kiana, your baby is officially a college graduate. Yay! Congratulations to you, as well as your baby. It's your baby boy, right? No, no, no. Baby girl, I think it was. Well, congratulations. That is super exciting. And your face off video will be live in 11 minutes. Yay. So if you want to guys want to go see that, check that out. And yeah, please let us know if you guys have posted any videos that we can watch. Dee said, yeah, it's called Barracoon. You read that one 2 years ago. Lovely. Yes, thank you guys. Yes, congratulations for Kiana and her family. You're very welcome. Christina, yes, you're not supposed to water during the height of the sun. You don't want to water on the leaves, it will fry them. So, water the dirt. At night, you can water the plant. Okay, okay. These are good thoughts, guys. Thank you. Thank you. I won't show pictures of these plants. Like, they're okay. They're okay. The basil's the only one that's looking like, I'm going to call stop. Echo says to Christina, make sure you're looking at air conditioners versus swamp coolers. You don't need a swamp, and the AC may add humidity, but it shouldn't be overbearing. Will be good for the house plants. Oh, that's true. That's a thought. That's a thought. Bad for the walls, but good for the house plants. Yeah, if it's humid where you are, I would definitely like I've had the swamp cooling thing, and that is great for places like Arizona where it's very, very dry. And then adding moisture back into the air makes it cooler. But if you live in a humid place, taking the moisture out of the air makes it cooler. How does that work both ways? I don't know. That's the magic of air conditioning. Ricardo, no, it's 26, about 78 Fahrenheit. So the weather is nice, perfect for the beach. Ah, yes, I'm sure it is. That's true. You're close to the beach, so it's always probably a bit humid there. And hello to Kiana. And that's what you're saying. Yeah, no, I agree. I'd feel the same way. Yes, congrats on the graduate. I don't know what was coming out there. Yes, more congratulations on the congratulate. I'm just combining the words now. Words are hard today. And Metzley, some of the plants are burnt and others are drowned, isn't it? Yeah, I'm usually pretty good at drowning them as well. So, how long should you water for? Or I'll watch the water video. I'll watch the watering video. And if they're thirsty and dying, you should water them no matter what time of the day. Just avoid the foliage. Do you guys say foliage? Because I'm like, it's not foil, it's foliage, but I say foliage. Um, Maybe don't use the hose. They don't have a watering can. A pitcher. Hmm. If I have to get below the bush. They're not super bushy. I'm just really bad at watering plants. And also, I think I need to oil the hose further so that I'm not having definitely shooting the water. at the dirt to get it to the fig tree, which is probably good for the fig tree. Dee's praying for that summer heat. It's been raining there in the afternoon. Oh, and now it's sunny. UK weather is such a mystery. It does seem mysterious to me and atmospheric, if you will. Heather is going to head to bed. Night, Heather. Thanks for coming. Have a good night. Christina, it is very humid here right now, and but putting up a big window AC unit just to take it out in a couple of days is too much. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, and the water video is pretty short. Cool. Ricardo, yeah, if it wasn't for the border with Morocco, I'd live on an island. Okay, so the humidity is always crazy. Yep, I can definitely see that. And Christina, foliage, the leaves. Yeah, right. I know. Yeah, I know a lot of people who say foliage, and I'm like, there's no aluminum involved in this. And water the dirt. Yes. Good night to Heather. Christina, everyone is talking about the 5-day heat wave, and it's supposed to be warmer here, but it says rain all week except for today. Oh, well, good for you. You'll miss that business. And good night to Heather. And Ricardo remembers last August, you went out one night when the humidity is the worst and everybody was literally drenched. Yeah. I know that feeling. We've had summers like that where you go outside, and if you're, especially if you're going from air conditioning, because like I said, air conditioning here removes the humidity out of the air. So then if you like go outside, like my husband would go outside like the grocery store, and his glasses would like steam up and like literally have droplets of water on them. And he'd be like, I can't see. And he cannot see without his glasses on. So it was always a bit of a trip. Okay, my comments are jumping here. What just happened? Metzley said, my mom also has a talent to off plants. Yeah, I mean, if you want me to kill a plant for you, sign me up. I can do it in short periods of time. I can also sprout your potatoes in case of famine. And Christina, yeah, it is hotter in Canada than it is here in my area of the US. So weird. I know. I don't understand what's going on with the weather. The 5 is about women who were murdered. But oh, okay. I have heard of that one, Dee. I have heard of that one. Interesting. Let me know how you're liking it. Christina learned the watering the dirt part the hard way. Ah, yeah, so am I. Eventually says no thanks. Yeah, no, you don't want my help. All right, let's go ahead and go back into our next sprint. This one, I think I think I've done all the things. So I'm going to read another chapter of The Mysteries of Paris. I was about to say the mysteries of everything else. Um, and then I'll go back to And Ladies of the Club, which is like slowly, kind of, sort of, not really picking up. So we'll see how that goes. And your mother killed a cactus that you'd been caring for 5 years in one day. Yeah, I could do that. I could definitely do that. I'm sorry, though. That's horrible. I killed my Christmas cactus that had been alive and was a cutting from somebody else's Christmas cactus that had lived for 13 years. And the ironic part of this was that I killed it once I remembered that I should start watering it. I'm pretty sure it went the better part of a year not being watered. And then I killed it once I was like, I should probably water this more regularly. And I still didn't water it that frequently. But I think it just went from, learning how to subsist off of the humidity in our house to my maybe overwatering it the few times I remembered. It's dead now. I could probably get another cutting, but I shouldn't. Then Coda said, you're leaving for a week in July and relying on others to water the garden. Oh, that is scary, Coda. Well, good luck. I think your garden will be fine. Your neighbors seem pretty awesome. And Ricardo, it's Metzley's mom. Oh, your mother got tired of me killing plants and took them all with her. She was like, I'm taking these away from you. Metzley would do the same thing to you, Ricardo. And hence hopping into Little Women for the next sprint. Ooh, fun. All right. Well, very good. Yeah, I know. I did torture it in so many ways, Metzley. I apologized to it and then got rid of it. And I'd like to think that it's flourishing out in the middle of where I threw it. Probably not. Anyway, all right. I know comments are still coming in, but I'm gonna get us back to the sprint, and then we'll go back to the comments when we come back. So let me pull up our timer for us per usual. And I'll send you guys back outside. I might actually go outside at some point, but I'm super hot, so not right now, but maybe later this evening as it gets towards dusk and we're still on. There's a little chair down on the patio where I could go sit outside, and then we'll be much closer out into the grass, and maybe we'll see some fireflies then. So we have that to look forward to. All right, for now, happy sprinting. See you in an hour. Hello, hello, and welcome back. I was totally distracted in reading, so I guess that's a good thing. How did that sprint go for you guys? Mine went well. I think I pretty much read the entire time, so I did get another chapter done in the Mysteries of Paris, which is good. And I'm definitely getting sucked into my other book here. Lots of interesting little things going on, lots of like cultural things going on, definitely setting the stage and getting us used to the different characters and the time period. And there's just a lot of really fascinating things happening in Ohio during this part of the 1800s. Go figure. So I'm thinking about moving outside. So I might do that in the next sprint and try and bring you guys with me. But I'm not sure about the internet connection. So I know I can connect to the internet outside, right there on the patio. I know I can do that for sure. I don't know if it's going to be well enough to stream. So we'll try it and we'll see what happens. But I may have to do a disappearing, reappearing thank you, SteamYard, or StreamYard rather. Thank you, StreamYard, for, not dropping the signal when we do. Anyway, let me go back to the comments and see how you guys did. When we left off talking, there was lots of like hints on how to help the plants that I'm watching. And Betsley was commenting on how I tortured the one plant in so many ways. And this was a plant that I owned, not the plants that I'm watching. And yeah, I did. Though I did realize, there is one thing with plants that I'm really good at doing. This is kind of funny, is I'm really good at drying plants. Like I can dry a plant like nobody's business. And I think it's because I'm really good at like when I go to dry flowers, leaving them there and never touching them again. And I know how to keep water away from a plant, let me tell you. So my best specimen to date is this corsage that I received. So I'm sure it had a lot of help from whatever chemicals were used to dye it. And this flower, I don't know what the screen is doing. So this is clearly purple. The flower is the same shade of purple. So why the camera is reading this as blue, I don't know, because it's definitely the same color. But there must be a lot more blue undertones in this or whatever. But anyway, this was a live rose, 100% alive when I received it about 5 or 6 years ago, and I dried it, as you can see, like, the little baby's breath on the back definitely looks like it's dried. This rose, I don't know how I managed to get it to dry this perfectly. It still feels like it's alive. Like, it feels more like a silk flower now, I would say, but probably for a good year afterwards, it even felt moist. It was the strangest thing I've ever done. But it looks exactly like it did when she first gave it to me, which I'm so surprised by. It was a present from one of my choir members during Lent. She brought them in, and I was the director of the choir, and so we all had on purple corsages the first day of Lent. And a few years later, and we all took a picture that day. And so a few years later, I reposted the picture on Facebook for all of us to see, along with the picture of the flower. And they were like, "Oh my gosh, Nicole, is that still the same corsage?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they were like, "How did yours keep so well?" And I was like, "I have no clue." Anyway, so that worked out. Kathy waters her apartment garden. Oh, I love that. Green beans, tomatoes, peppers, and plants at right around 7. Okay, you're another early morning. I'm gonna have to try this early morning watering. You're good with the outside ones, inside plants you struggle with. I can grow inside fungus on my plants. I'm horrible with them, guys. I'm horrible. Metzley, and then you were surprised it off itself. I know it put itself out of its misery, Metzley. That's probably what happened. Was it's like, let's just stop because Nicole is just going to keep trying. And Christina, can you do a timer on your hose or sprinkler? Oh, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, that might be worth trying. I know, Metzley. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about my poor plant skills. I know you should take them away from me as well. And Kiana thinks she'll go to the nursery and get some plants and see if you can keep them alive this time. Good luck. And Christina Okode, you sent that AC thingy on IG. Oh gosh. And Ricardo, I might buy one plant this summer and see how it goes. That's not a bad idea. Start small, one at a time, maybe something hardy, whatever those things might be. And Christina, or I feel like rather than buying hardy plants, we should learn the mistakes that we tend to make with plants and buy plants that fit our mistakes. So like I'm a constant overwaterer at wrong times of day. So what plant should I get for that? I need some plant that loves copious amounts of water and maybe doesn't have as many leaves. Somebody let me know. And Christina, we have lightning bugs here almost every night. It rained the other day, and one ended up under the cover of your porch. Oh, and you got to hang out. I love that. Yeah, we have lightning bugs, but they tend to like to stay in like the trees and the bushes for sure. Like we don't get a lot like on the lawns or flowers. And so you can see them out in the woods more than you can see them like up front and close in front of you. But it's sad because we have like less and less and less every year. When we first moved here, we could look up in the trees like across the street from us and it would look like they strung fairy lights in. And now you just see one little sad lightning bug here and there. It's not quite the same. And Brecht, oh good, the footage has been corrupted. Oh, it's very bad quality. Oh no. So you have to fix all of that. Oh no. And it wasn't oh good, it was oh God. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you're able to fix it. And good morning, Sue. How are you? You'll be in and out today. Oh, you're sick with something. Oh no. And you just want to sleep. But you're starting the Westerns, Warpaths and Peacemakers. Nice. And it's 6 novellas. Ooh, okay. Novellas are nice, quick and short and quick. Hope you start feeling better soon. And Courtney, hello, how are you? You're at work, but you wanted to say hi before it gets busy. Hello. I know you were saying you were trying to do that the other day and it didn't work. So hopefully today's not quite as busy. Hello, Vivian. How are you? Popping in to say hi and hit the like. Hello, hello again. Yes, I saw you on Tina's channel. And Tina is sprinting right now, or at least was during that last sprint. If you want to say hi, hello, cool gamer. How are you? What are you up to today? Hello, Sherry. Lots of people came on during that last sprint and hoping to start work on your giant puzzle. 18,000 pieces? Wow. That is giant, at least in my mind. I'm like, ooh, 100 pieces. I'm feeling cool. So you're busy rearranging your room so you have the space to work. Okay, makes sense. Very nice. What do you do with your puzzles, Sherry, when you're done with them? Do you like frame them and do all that? These birds are like super distracting. Like I don't know how many of them you're seeing because I lowered your camera angle, but they're flying by constantly. I don't even know what they're doing, and it's not the same bird. Like I've seen bluebirds, I've seen sparrows, I've seen robins and cardinals. I know what the cardinals are doing, which is chasing the other birds. Anyway, Coda says the garden is watered. Yay. Got another 30 pages into Streets of Laredo. Nice. Totally of 70 this morning. Ooh, you're on a roll. Going to pause here and get started on The House in the Cerulean Sea. And hello to everybody who joined. Very nice. How are you liking The House in the Cerulean Sea, Coda? Is this your first time reading it? And Anne just got back from the grocery store. It's already very hot. It is. That's my one hesitation in going outside is it's only 82, but it says it feels like 88, which I'm like, what's going on with that? And Alex, hello. How are you this morning? Or afternoon, I guess, already where I am. Yeah, it's already 1 p.m. I know. And the moving process is going really well. Thank you for asking. We're settled in for the next couple of weeks. So for at least the next 2 weeks, I will be in this location that you will see. And then I will be moving on to the next location. We're only doing 2 jumps close together. And Ricardo's parents came back from the beach. They spent the majority of the sprint talking to them, but managed to read a couple of pages. Nice, nice. I'm surprised you didn't go to the beach with them. I'd be at the beach constantly. Like we would be filming at the beach right now. if I had a beach close to me. And Mary, 29 pages of A Cup of Silver Linings. Nice. Refreshing after King. Yes, that sounds very cozy. So I could definitely see that. It's a Goodreads giveaway. Nice. From 2021. And you're embarrassed in making the public confession. I love that, Mary. Like, I've held on to this book for a while. It's okay. They don't make you read it in a short time. It's still good. Books don't go bad. I mean, they can, but not like that. And Mary's reading and reviewing it before the end of the week. There you go. Ricardo's thinking going to switch and start your annual Marina reread. Fun. I remember you saying you do that every year. And oh, it's a hummingbird. Oh, oh, that was nice. Christina, hubby brought home some sort of cooler. Okay, not the one you were looking at, but had to put the ice packs in the freezer for an hour. So waiting. Oh, okay. Well, that sounds interesting. And Hans said 17 pages of Little Women and a phone call to the mom. That's Sprint. Gonna try and make a quick lunch over this next chatty bit. Very nice. What are you thinking of making? My son made some lunch which included reheating his ribs, and now everything's like it smells delicious now, and I'm getting hungry. Mary said hi to Courtney. Missed your chat Sunday AM. Hope to catch the replay. Yeah, was I? Oh, I made the last like chatty bit for that, if I recall correctly. Still getting super distracted by these birds. I have to do this. Denise read 4%. Oh, I'm reading the comment that I'm not showing. D did 12 pages in your book. Very nice. And Denise read 4%, is now at 28% of her book. Wonderful. Coda didn't do any more reading, but accepted a job offer to start in 1 month. Congratulations. Hopefully. That's awesome, Coda. And yeah, you get another month off. Can't complain about that unless you wanted to start earlier. And you talked to your mom for a bit. Very nice. Hello to your mom. And hello, Ari. How are you? Reading The Bluest Eye. Nice. And about more than halfway through. Can't believe you've had this book on your TPR for ages. Also, does anyone have any cozy snack ideas? Ooh, cozy snack ideas. And you're currently drinking tea. Do you have any biscuits, cookies, baked items? If I don't have any of those, what do I like? Toast? I like toast with my tea. That always seems cozy to me. And I'm guessing if you're can't believe you've waited so long that you're enjoying Bluest Eye. Alex, mom just rescued a snake plant from you. I thought you were going to say a snake, but a snake plant, impossible to kill. What? Yeah, I'm with you. Like you thought. Yeah, yeah. See, it's not just me, Metzley. It's all of us. There's quite a few of us out there. That is exciting, right? And Christina, is it something you're going to like doing? Yes. See, that's why I was like, good in theory, right? Alicia almost finished, page 618 out of 684. Very nice. Thinking about getting some lunch. Awesome. Sounds like a lot of us are getting to a lunch break. And Metzley has some plants in your house, and your mom is not even allowed to water them. Does she try? Is she still like, did she try to go rogue? Plus, even if she was allowed, she wouldn't do it. Okay, fair enough. At least she has that wisdom to be like, I shouldn't. Succulents, you always forget to water plants. You have a brown thumb. Yeah, join the club, Alicia. Yeah, I'm one or the other. I either forget to water them completely, in which case I do fairly well with cactus, except then I eventually remember to water them and then it goes downhill. And because I don't forget to stop watering them fast enough. And Alex, maybe a Venus trap. Ooh, they have to stay boggy. Oh, yeah, I need something that needs to be boggy, but could also survive fairly dry. And a friend rescued an aloe plant from you. Oh no, plant rescues. And Christina says hi to Courtney and Vivian. Good morning, Melinda. How are you doing? How are things? What you reading? Alex, oh, the biggest puzzle we ever tackled in your house was 2K pieces, and it took over the whole room. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. And Coda, once you get started, yes, it will be your first time reading The House in the Cerulean Sea. It will be your first ever Clune. Oh, very nice. Yeah, that's the only book I've read by him, but I liked it enough that I definitely want to read more. I thought it was good. And hello, Paula. How are you? You're reading The Blood of Olympus. That's a Percy Jackson, right? Tackle out, chatting on Sprint. Oh, and your neighbor tried to talk to you. Oh, on a Sprint and inside hiding. Okay, prep dinner. Okay, okay, yeah. Okay, prep the dinner. Hopefully that'll help. I'm sorry to hear that. And Han, leftover taco salad. Yum, yum, yum. Somebody else was it you that was having taco salad the other day on a Sprint? Given that it's leftover taco salad? Somebody else was recently mentioning taco salad, and it sounded good then too. Christina, I guess I should say ice jet, not cooler. Okay. I mean, we're not putting food or drink in it. It is supposed to cool off the room. That's what I figured you meant based on like the earlier conversation about cooler things. Though cooler, I did think food initially. And then I was like, well, no, I think she's still talking about some sort of house cooler because you were like, not the one you were looking at. And Melinda says, Dakota, congrats on the new job. Yep, yep, yep. And Ricardo didn't go because they went to your neighborhood's beach and it's filled with cousins and aunts and uncles. I know that feeling where you're like, not today, family. Love you. See you guys another day. Oh, yes. Oh, God. I'm glad she did great. I know you did, Donna. So, Coda, no, you told them you couldn't start until then. Okay, nice. And you're going to Texas on the 2nd for a week to see your sister, new niece, ooh, fun, and your mom. And so, got to go to Schlitterbahn. Yes, yes. Okay. Schleiterbahn. Schlitterbahn? What's going on? Anyway, okay, so sounds good. So it sounds like you were able to work out a good start date. I'm glad. And Donna, thank you, Christina. So happy everyone was there chatting with you. Yes, yes, community, right? And Coda says, thanks. I'm actually going back to the same company that laid you off, but you worked out a raise. Yeah, good for you. And you're doing slightly different work. So it'll work. Awesome. Awesome. That's nice. And at least you like know the people and that kind of thing. So that's what they get for laying you off. They gave you a nice vacation, maybe unpaid, but still, you got a nice vacation and a raise. So, yay. Metzley, well, it's not the wisdom of I shouldn't. She wouldn't because she would forget or somehow think that it's better not to until the next day and a month would pass and still not remember. Your mom and I are the same watering person, Metzley. Ricardo says, congrats, Dakota. Hope it goes well and that you like it. Anne's eating popcorn. Yum, yum. Yeah, watering ADHD. Sure. Hello, Storm. How are you? I'm catching up on our buddy reads, so there will be posts on multiple chapters today. So since I'm finally like reading anything again. And Christina, that will be cool, Kuda. Kakuda. Guys, all day long, this is going to be me. Coda, do you still get to work from home? Oh, that's a good question. Or is it going to get you out of the house? Yeah. And which would you prefer? And congrats to Coda and hi to Stormy. Yay! All right. Well, that is the last comment that I can see. So I'm going to go ahead and put us back into the sprint. I'm going to take a second to try and set us up outside. That may or may not work. So if suddenly the timer disappears, I will have noticed and I will fix it shortly and I will be back. So just hang in there. But we'll do an hour sprint. So we'll be back at 2:20, whether you see a timer or not. Maybe I should put that up as a banner. Yeah, let me do that because you never know how this will go. Oh gosh. Let's see. Um, yeah, I'll just make a new banner for us. Worst case scenario. Read until 20. And I'll just have that going across the bottom for us. That'll be our worst case scenario if the outsideness doesn't work out. But if it does work out, I'll even turn the sound on so that you can hear it because there's lots of birds outside. I don't know why the birds are so crazy in this neighbor's yard, but they're having the time of their little birdie life, let me tell you. All right, let me get our timer up for us for now until who knows what happens. It's gonna be an adventure, that's what's gonna happen. Alright, there we go. I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, hello. Welcome back. I could barely hear the chime over All the birds and stuff going on out here. I don't know if the microphone will pick them up because I know it's fairly directional. And so if it's not something that's right in front of it and intentionally doesn't pick it up. But anyway, we are all outside and it is humid out here, but it's nice. It's nice in the shade and it's nice to have a sunny day to sit outside. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping it'll cool down later this evening as the day goes on, but we'll see. And I'm pretty sure right now it's as hot as it's supposed to be. Sorry, I'm still watching all the birds. It's going to be happening all day long. So how did that sprint go for you guys? Mine went really well. Um, Let me know if you're having trouble hearing me. But I read some more from in Ladies of the Club, and I remember now one of the things that appealed to me when I first read this book, and it's the idea that they started a literary club. That's what the club is that they started. So it was a women's club for them to get together and talk about literature of all kinds. So I'm really looking forward to getting back into that. I'm sure it's going to end up being way more than that because, like I said, they're dealing with like post Civil War issues, women's suffragists, um, free enslaved people, and all of that stuff is coming up. And they're I'm sure it's going to get into reconstruction and whether or not they wanted to do that. There's yet another bird eating a worm, and the worms must be coming up today. So yeah, there's also way more topics in this book than I recall when I was in high school, and probably because there's more things in here that interest me than when I was in high school. So that's how my reading sprint went. I'm really glad there's a breeze. You may occasionally hear this wind chime that's next to me, or again, you may not, because who knows what the camera is actually deciding to pick up. But certainly, I'm going to have to keep an eye on my camera and make sure it doesn't overheat, but I don't think it will because we're in the shade and it's not crazy hot in the shade. But I will be getting water on the next sprint because I just drank the last of it. Anyway, how did that sprint go for you guys? Let's see. We left off. Metzley had to go, but we'll come back later. Sounds good. See you later, Metzley. Hope you have a good day. Coda said he prefers and will be working from home. I figured it out. You'll be working from home again. Nice. I'm glad. I'm glad you got your preference. Sounds like you got all the things you wanted, really. Good for you. And Metzley, and thank you for the sprints. You're very welcome, Metzley, in case you're not back. Yes. And, Chris, no. Storm says hi to Christina. And Christina, that is very cool. Then Coda, yes, it is. And that way you can still keep an eye on your plants. True. Very true. Good point, Christina. See, I wasn't even thinking about the plants. Of course I wasn't. And Jolisa, how are you today? You thought you weren't going to see me today. Nope, nope. I'm here. I'm good. It's in a couple of weeks that we won't have one, but I'll be sure to mention that when it comes up. And I am feeling good about the move. So yeah, I don't know. I don't mind change. Change doesn't bother me. I moved a decent amount as a kid, not a horrible amount. Um, but just enough, and then had like lived in the same home from like late middle school up. Um, so I find moving exciting, and in my opinion, we have lived in one place way too long. So I'm really looking forward to it. And more than anything, I'm just glad to be done moving out of our house because it was like peeling an onion and it was becoming torturous. The funny thing, though, is that as I was sitting here, they're doing something inside the house, so I could start hearing like hammering and pounding. And isn't that horrible that like contractors there are there and I don't even know what they're doing? I think it's great because that's literally why I'm using the real estate team that we're using, is because we talked about all the work that was going to be done. We talked about how much it was all going to cost, and they're now taking care of everything, including the contractor. Because I'm like, I don't care what it looks like when you're done, because I'm not going to live there. So just make it look like how whoever wants to spend a lot of money buying a house would like it to look. That's what I want going in, right? Anyway, Donna says, "Congrats, Dakota. You were peeling potatoes." Well, yeah, that can keep your hands busy. And Christina says hello to Jaleesa. Jaleesa says hi back. Ricardo also had to go, but also hopes to join us later. Sounds good. Hope you have a good time. And Coda says, thank you to everyone for the well wishes. And hello back to all the friends. And hello, Tammy. How are you? You're reading A Certain Crossroad. Ooh, that sounds good. I like the sound of it. I don't know why. It sounds good. And Christina is melting. Oh no, Christina, I hope the cooler works for you guys. And hello, Carissa. I'm doing well. How are you? How did your birthday end up going? Did you have a good day? I know it was like a couple days ago now, but you know. And Anne found grandma's oatmeal raisin cookies. Oh, you wish you had gotten more. Oh, yum. At the grocery store? Because you went to the store, right? That sounds delicious. I love a good oatmeal raisin cookie. Jaleesa says hi to Coda. And hi to Christina. Thankfully, you're not melting. Oh, that's good. And you're sitting in front of this fan and trying not to move too much. Who knew typing could work up a sweat? Yeah, true. It can. If it's humid and hot enough. I mean, if it's humid, doing anything's going to work up a sweat, right? And Melinda says, I'm a little jealous of you all in the heat. You're only 59 degrees. What? Yeah, Melinda, what's going on over there? Why are you guys having like a cold late spring? And you started The Wives. Very nice. Got to page 29. Would have gotten further, but your husband wanted to have a conversation. Mine always does when I'm reading. Yeah, and you're completely serious about the Roman Empire. Hmm. Your husband and my husband would probably get along because that's what our conversations are like. Like, for example, Transformers at lunchtime. Yeah, and I'm like, what does this have to do with anything? But it has to do with everything that they're thinking about. And hello, Donnie. How are you today? I hope you're having a good day where you are. Alicia got your book finished. Yay! And now picking a new one. That's always exciting. Did some novel notes and ate some leftover tortellini for lunch. Ooh, yum. I also in the midst of like moving everything outside and setting this up and finding an extension cord because I my one big fear other than that the Wi-Fi wasn't gonna work, but A plus to my neighbor because I have full bars of Wi-Fi out here. I swear better than some places in my house. But anyway, um, I also ate lunch. That was the point of what I was attempting to say. And I had a very similar lunch. I had chickpea pasta with Alfredo sauce. Yum yum. And Nani got inspired and opened your window. Ooh, nice. It's hot, but it's wonderful to watch the birds. Yes, it is. Yes. And we're having the same experience. Hot, but wonderful to watch the birds. Though I'm also keeping an eye out for snakes because we have snakes around here and sometimes they get adventurous and don't pay attention to that we people are also trying to enjoy nature. And something ate and beheaded a squirrel and left it in my yard the other day. I got to clean that up. And it could be anything. It could be anything that would eat a squirrel. Owl, hawk. I don't think it would be a snake. I feel like the squirrel would have moved too fast. And we have black snakes, which like to bite but aren't poisonous. And then we also have copperheads, which like to bite and are poisonous. So I doubt they'll come up here, but I'm staying alert. We don't tend to have a lot. But my neighbor 2 doors over did say that she saw a copperhead the other day. So, keeping my eyes peeled. I'm hoping it's too hot, but I've seen snakes do really dumb things here. So Denise got to 4% and up to 32% total. Still enjoying it. Yay. Sue's not reading yet. We're trying to buy a car. Oh, I'm so sorry, Sue. The only thing that is worse than buying a car is buying a new cell phone or switching cell phone plans. Both are, for some reason, irritatingly long to do. So my thoughts are with you. And Storm, 57% in Mari and the Curse of the Crocodile. It's a middle grade book with Cuban mythology. Ooh, that's cool. It also sounds familiar. I think I've read it before. Nani's reading Perfume, and you're on page 93. Need to get to 113, and then you will continue with Things Fall Apart. Nice. How are you liking Perfume? I've heard lots of things about it. And hand read took that sprint to do some chores and kind of just take a brain break. Nice. Loaded up the dishwasher, cleaned the kitchen, played with the dog for a while, and now he's outside. Also made green tea. Ooh, you had a very nice sprint. Ooh, you know what? That reminds me, I have like a honey lavender lemonade tea. I think I'm going to make that on this next sprint and put it over ice. But that means I need to figure out a way to boil the water because I don't think they have a tea kettle. So I might have to do old school in a pot situation. Shauna, hello. How are you doing? I heard about your sprints from another live chat that was ending. So you're new here. Well, welcome. Nice to have you. Thanks for joining us. I'm outside today in the wild. Not really. I'm under a covered porch. So how wild could it really be as I watch the birds flying around? Amber Lee says up to page 120 of Miss Bourne, got some housework done. Nice, nice, nice. And you got a short break from the 100 plus temps here. So all the windows are still open. Yes. Enjoy it while it lasts because heat is coming. And Han will read some more pages at some point. Yeah, I know that feeling. Relax and take a break. And Denise says, welcome. Oh, thank you, Denise. I hope the sprints are great. I know I enjoy them. So happy to have you here, Shauna. And Christina said, I called my daddy to wish him a happy Father's Day since I tried yesterday, but he was out having fun. Same with my dad. Thank you for the reminder because I did tell him that I'd try calling him again today. Because I think he thought I didn't call, but I left a message on his machine, which apparently he didn't check until like I was going to bed. But I saw pictures of him out bowling with my sister and doing other fun things, which is what I'd rather have him doing than sitting at home listening to me talk on phone. Carissa will be reading Tress of the Emerald Sea. Ooh, this is like a Brandon Sanderson sprint going on here. You're behind on Tar and need to catch up. All right, very good. Well, we'll get back into a sprint soon. Alex, sprint went well, but you're reading a book that could probably be a D and an F. Ooh, if the cover wasn't so pretty. But you read outside in the shade, nice breeze, hard to stay awake. Same. Like, I wish there was a hammock, but it's probably a good thing there's not. And Anne said, my goddaughter finished The Priory of the Orange Tree. Oh, and she said, you need to read it. Awesome. That's so good. How long did it take her, Anne? Because that wasn't long since you bought it. Like, what was that, like a week or so ago? And Carissa, I get you. I hate moving so much, but love being able to settle in a new place is always so exciting. That is so true. That's exactly how I feel about it. And Christina, I was waiting until the sprint ended, so I knew the ice thingies were in for at least an hour. Oh, there you go. That's when you know like you're into the sprints when like things in life are timed by like how long the sprint was. But I do it too. Like I'm gonna put some laundry in and I'll know it's done when the sprint's over. And Christina says hi to Carissa. And Carissa, your birthday went well. Oh, but you did have to work. Ah, bummer. You're going to treat yourself next weekend with your sister because our birthdays are so close together. Nice. That sounds awesome. And hello to Christina. Melinda, have no clue why it's called Still Cold in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah. You get a few warm days and then cold again. Ah, yeah, you're getting one of those teasers. Yeah, I hear ya. Yay, you just finished your sprints. Okay, now tired and resting. Good, good, good. Well, I hope you get some good rest in on these next sprints and for the rest of your day too, Donna. And Alicia, squirrel beheading. That sounds like a hawk or coyote. Yeah, we have gotten coyotes recently. That's scary. What about fox? Shall we assume it's the fox? I'm assuming it's the fox. I don't like the idea that there's a coyote here, but we do have coyotes in the area now. Gonna have to ask my neighbor about this. She keeps her eyes on coyotes. So, And Nani says, congrats with the subscribers. Yes, yes. And Anne had raccoons or possums get in the garbage. Ah, how frustrating. I saw a possum the other day. We very like I know we have possums here. I almost never see them. At least not down by our house, but we had one. And there's a squirrel hanging out and catching the breeze on the fencing over there. Better watch out. There's something biting your heads off. It's a dangerous time to be a squirrel. And Nani says, well, I love the descriptions of how Granula smells everything and the stories with different people that want something from him and vice versa. Oh, is that one of the characters in the book? I haven't read it. No. trying to mute that. That didn't work. Anyway, Anne was saying honey lavender lemonade tea. I think that's what you said. Yeah, that is what I said. Yeah, it sounds yummy. It is yummy. I had it once before and I needed to water it down a little bit because it was very strong and very sweet, like sweeter than I would like it because the honey's like in the tea bag because it's like crystallized honey or something like that in the tea bag with the tea. But it was really good. So I'm thinking it will be perfect over ice. And Donna, Shauna, you made it. Oh, Shauna, were you on with Donna? Shauna and Donna. Ah. And Amberly, yes, heat and smoke, lots of fire starting in this wind. That's true. Yeah, fire season is not fun. We have a lot. It's like we're practically a swamp here. So we have a lot of trees and stuff. So we don't tend to get a lot of fires, but we can get them. And Coda says if they have a Keurig, you could just run it without a K cup. Thank you, Coda. They do. And they have one of those like 1 cup at a time ones too. That's what I'm gonna do. Thank you, because that's way faster than the pot. And Anne, 4 days. Oh, wow. That's even faster than I was thinking, Anne. Wow, she must have really enjoyed that book. I have it, but not right now. It's packed. And Shauna, okay, you were at Donna's. Oh, nice. Hello to everyone. Yes, it's been cold here in the Canadian prairies and really wet there too. Yeah. Well, I mean, I know the last few years, I don't know if on the Canadian prairies, but I know in Canada there's been issues with like it being really dry and having all those fires. So hopefully the wetness helps this year. And cats will behead a squirrel also. Hmm, that could be. We don't have a lot of cats at this end. Most of them live at the top of our street. I don't know why. Which is why we have the squirrels down here. We have more squirrels down here. They have more cats up there because the two don't get along. But yeah, the mystery continues. Okay, the main character. That's what I figured. That's what I figured. And then honey lavender lemonade tea, hot or cold. You can do it either way. I had it hot and it was actually really good. I wasn't sure if it would be. Sorry if that helicopter, if you can hear that, it's really loud. But yeah, I'm gonna try it cold because it is lemonade tea. So I feel like it's like a Arnold Palmer with lavender and honey in it. But it was definitely more on the lemon side. Like it was more like lemon tea, I would say, than lemonade tea. That would be my description. Oops, my comments just jumped up. Sorry. Let me see if I can get it back. It's funny because it allowed me to scroll down but not back up. And hello, Ben. How are you? We are outside today, and you'll see outside in a little bit. How are you doing? What are you up to today? Still doing your summer school classes type of thing? It's not really any of the above that I just said, but you know what I mean. And Alex said, I used to use my Keurig for hot water to make instant coffee. Ooh, that's a good idea too. And Christina says, your cats just brings the squirrels and leaves them in your kitchen. How polite and kind. Little gifts for you. Yeah. Well, none of the neighbors in these couple of houses have cats, which is why I'm doubtful it's a cat, but it's not like the cats can't come down here, but they usually don't. And Shauna says, yes, it's been a summer filled with smoke the last 2 or 3 years. I know. So I'm hoping that's not the case for you this year. Ben is reading something, going to spin around and point to a book in your library stack. Nice. And follow up with jogging and lesson planning. Nice. And Alex says, I have a backyard cat all of a sudden. Oh, your chihuahua is not thrilled. Yeah, no, I'm sure. My dog would have mixed feelings about it. My dog in the past, she would have been like, I don't know how I feel about this, but it is kind of exciting. That would have been her overall thoughts. And Christina says, oh, no. Yeah. So, all right, let me get us back to this sprint. I'm now super excited about my lemonade, lavender, honey, and tea concoction that's about to happen. And I will turn you guys around. I have a easier setup. So now all I'll have to do is just turn you around, hopefully after I've turned the screen off temporarily. So you're not like seeing the side of my head while I do that. For those of you who saw that, I hope you enjoyed. Let me go ahead. Oops, I already showed that comment. Let me go ahead and get our timer back up. You know what would be nice is if StreamYard had, picture in picture so I could decide where the picture was, and then I would make the clock much smaller so you could see more outside. But if they have that, I don't know about it or where it is. So there's that. Anyway, there's the timer for an hour. Happy sprinting, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the inside. Oh my gosh, guys, it's getting hot out there for sure. But more than anything, I was feeling okay, but I was losing shade where I was sitting. And I was really worried that my computer and my camera weren't going to continue to make it, including my computer cord, because all of those things have points that get hot and they are warm. And like my computer fan is on and stuff, which means it's cooling itself like it should be, but either way, I was gonna give it a break on the next sprint and bring it inside. But, yeah, as soon as I started leaving the shade losing shade, I was like, "Maybe we're all going inside for a little bit." But I will definitely go back out later. It won't take very long before the sun, which is right now shining directly on where I was sitting, it'll eventually fall below my house, and then that will cast a nice shadow. So I'll probably give it a couple hours. We have time. And I did turn off the sound after a while because I was listening to it on my phone and I was realizing you guys were getting really weird sounds of like the wind blowing through the camera and by the microphone and other weird clicking things. And I figured that was probably annoying. So I muted it for you because you definitely weren't hearing any of the bird sound or wind chimes that I was getting. Anyway, how did that sprint go for you? Mine went well in terms of my book. I read another chapter in the Mystery of Paris or Mysteries of Paris, and I also read some more of And Lady of the Club and Lady of the and Ladies of the Club, which is like my big summer read for the big summer reading challenge. And it's going really well. I am liking it more now. There's a lot of interesting little things going on because one of the reasons I wanted to reread it is because somebody compared it to like middle March, but post Civil War US kind of situation going on, which I can definitely see. There's a lot of characters in this one town of Waynesboro, Ohio, and there's a lot of interesting little situations being set up. Um, One of the ones that I'm most interested in is just really following this dynamic of what I know just because of the time period and how long a period of time this book covers will be the change in terms of like women's suffragist movement and women's rights and all of that. So I'm very interested in Reconstruction as well. So I'm very interested to see and remember how she handles it in the book and how the women in the book handle it. Because right now there's like all sorts of hints of that kind of thing going on. They want to have this literary club, not a book club, because it's going to be an intelligent thing. Um, but a lot of the things that women do are definitely seen as frivolous by the men. So the men are like, "Oh, that's cute. You ladies are going to have a little book club," and they're like, "No, we're going to have a literary club and discuss serious literature." And they're like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." And then one of the women has come back who used to go to college with them, and she's now going to teach Latin at the college. And so one of the girls who used to be in school with her was like, "Oh, are you back to teach now? How does that feel having gotten a man's degree?" And I'm like, "But it was at that time." Like, so it's just a very interesting time period that I don't feel like comes up a lot in books. And so it's really interesting that she's like just setting the stage of like, this is what was normal. Like it was normal for like women to not have a bachelor's, even though you just went to a women's college, but not to get a man's degree. So yeah, so I'm enjoying that. I'm looking forward to reading some more, and I'm glad because I think it really was just the opening couple of pages that were slow and weird for me for whatever reason, or it was the mood that I was in that day. And Anne was talking about using her Keurig to make Krispy Kreme coffee. Nice, you don't have that there. I can see why you would make it then. And Leslie, good morning. How are you today? Happy Monday to you as well. Hello, Teresa. Nice to see you as well. You'll be in and out for the rest of Sprint. Sounds good. You need to start the Railway Children and finish Miss Eliza's English Kitchen. Nice. You've got plans, book reading plans. And Ricardo, you're back. I think you were only gone for the one sprint, so that was good timing. And yeah, I think we're all still doing well. Let's see. Amberly, good cat people of the internet. Do cats eat strawberries? Ooh, I'll be interested to see what people say. I have no idea. Something is ravaging your strawberries like a thief in the night. Could be turtles. and you suspect the neighbor's cat. Hmm. Or rabbits, maybe squirrels, snakes. I feel like there's a lot of things outside my house that would eat strawberries. Deer, bear. And Shauna says some cats do eat strawberries. Oh, well, there's the simpler answer. And Everly, that is such a bummer for me and your strawberries. That is. I'm sorry something other than you is eating them. It doesn't matter what. It's annoying. You know what happens here when we plant things like that, strawberries and especially pumpkins? There are a lot of things in this area that will eat the pumpkin right off your doorstep, like at Halloween time. And then they kindly poop it out somewhere random in your yard. And the next fall slash summer, what do you know? You have a little pumpkin patch that you weren't planning on. It has happened to numerous neighbors. It's frequently the squirrels, especially if you dig out the pumpkin or you have, like, the pumpkin that has, like, the barf coming out its mouth. Oh, yeah. The squirrels love those ones. Oh, look, and the squirrels are back outside in the yard now that I have moved inside. I think I was cramping their style. And Hans, says, "16 pages of Little Women, and back on the phone" oh, and back on the phone with your mom, thinking of sitting outside for your next sprint. Yeah, you should. I mean, assuming that it's not now 1,000 degrees where you live. Alicia cleaned off her desk and getting a snack, apple and peanut butter, yum yum. Picked your next book and going to work on updating your planners. Very nice. What peanut butter do you like, Alicia? I'm finding that while I like the natural peanut butter that I have on my peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, I don't like that one with my apples for some reason. So I might have to go back to, like, the ground chunky nut flavor. I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing in my peanut butter. And Ben says, "Read a chapter and did some lesson planning. No great metrics yet. Maybe next sprint." Fair enough. Fair enough. You don't always have to get great metrics. Sometimes it's just you got something done. And sometimes it's you took a break and did nothing. And Coda just think I just decided I'm going to buy a house before I buy a car. Fun. Time for a change of space. And you work from home anyway. That's true. So then your home space is like the most important one. Yep, you should get a house while you have zero other payments. That's not a bad idea because once you have a car, they're going to consider that in terms of whether or not they give you a mortgage. Whereas if you have a house, I don't feel like that affects your car buying. Either way, if you need loans for both, try not to do them too close to one another because that can be a pain in the butt. But yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, I hope that works out for you. Storm 83% into your book. Nice, enjoying it. Fun learning about Cocodrillo. See, I said crocodile, but like that's totally not what it was because it's Cuban. Okay, I'm getting it. And who really loves making mischief. Oh, that sounds fun. I might have to read that. And Shauna says to Amberly, maybe try netting them like they do for birds. Ooh, that's a good recommendation. I like that idea. And Amberly, not much reading, went out to the garden clearly and discovered you're missing strawberries, did some watering carefully under the foliage, and made lunch. Nice. Yeah, under the yeah, I see that. Thanks for the reminder. I was like, yeah, why are you going under it? Right. Yeah. I'm like looking at some of those plants out there that look a little crispy on the edges and thinking they looked like that before I watered them, didn't they? I will say the first night that I went out and watered, it was later in the evening. The sun was not up and overhead. And even this morning, the sun was not up and overhead. May the sun have been out and up and overhead before the water dried. It's a very real possibility. I'm looking at all the plants that I can see from here. I think I had an ant on my leg. Okay, anyway. And Shauna was saying to no, Amberly was saying to Shauna, yes, I will have to discourage her. I got some burlap for the heat, so I'll throw some of that over the top at night and see if that annoys her enough. Yeah, hopefully that'll keep her away. Denise made it to 37%. Really good so far. Hopefully, this isn't a repeat. I think my comment did not come through. Nope, no repeat, just seeing it one time, at least on my end. Hello, Sophia. How are you today? Yay! So happy to make it to sprints again. Happy to have you here. And you'll either be editing or reading Daisy Jones and the Six and Babel. Nice. Ooh, good books. I really want to read Daisy Jones and the Six. Like, I don't know why. A lot of Taylor Jenkins Reid's books, like just the premises, don't really speak to me, but like that one sounds really fascinating to me for some reason. And Ben was thinking raccoons might be eating the strawberries. They live everywhere and eat anything. True. Often, if it's in the garden or the garbage, if you're in the city. Yeah, it could be anything. It could be anything, but hopefully the burlap will dissuade whatever it is. And the comment didn't change. And Ben's grandmother has a major problem with deer eating her crops. Yeah, the deer around here are pretty voracious. And if we don't put out enough garden for them to eat, they'll start eating our flowers. So, you have to have the deer harvest, the plant harvest, maybe a little bit left over for yourself. Ari says, just finished Bluest Eye. Was amazing and sad. Yeah, I bet. I'm about to pick another book off your cart. Yay! Let us know what you end up picking. Oh, good progress. And Coda says raccoons will eat them too. Yep, you have little mesh baggies around the strawberries and the grapes this year because the raccoons eat your grapes. Yeah, that sounds good. Wow, did I see your grapes in your video? I'm sure you must have done them, but for some reason I don't remember them. And Alicia always goes for the Jif creamy peanut butter. Yes, that's what I have. I have Jif creamy, but I have Jif natural creamy peanut butter, and I think that's what I'm not liking. I don't think I like their natural peanut butter on my apples. Just on the apples. I don't know why. Carissa did some dishes and turned on the air conditioning. It's super hot where I live, and you're not liking it. Yep, I hear you there. It is now, let's see, when we started, it was 82 here. It is now 86. And when it was 82, it said it felt like 88. So who knows what it feels like now? It feels hot. And Teresa says possums and squirrels are most likely. Yeah, I mean, the entire animal kingdom at this point is eating your strawberries, Amberly. That's what we have determined. And Carissa says, Dakota, I have plans to buy a house within the next few years. How exciting. And your goal is to pay off your student loans and car before you start with any of that. That sounds like a good goal. And paying those off will help you get a better deal, hopefully, on your mortgage rate. And Shauna says, I think I'm going to switch from my book to episode 6 of Bridgerton. Ooh, nice. Amberly, whatever it is, it's taking a bite out of each berry and then going on its merry way. That's even worse. Like, can't they just steal a clump? They have to take a nibble out of everything, so then nothing good is left, you know? Like, get your act together. Maybe put out a little bowl for them. Here's your bowl of strawberries that you're allowed. Leave the rest alone. And Coda says, good plan, Krissa. I don't have any gnomes right now, so I figure it's a good time to get the cats and me a nice home with a yard where I can put my plants in the ground. Yeah. Oh, I can only imagine what that would be like if you could have like limitless underground for your plants. And Emily says, yes, you always have to plant enough to share with the critters, or my dog, who is fairly certain the garden is an all-you-can-eat buffet just for her. Yeah, my dog would be the same. Hands off the phone now with mama, and now to figure out a dinner plan. Ooh, yum. And Alicia tried their creamy natural peanut butter and didn't like it either on sandwiches or apples. Yeah, okay. Fair. I could see that. Yeah. I don't mind it on the sandwiches, but for apples, for some reason, I don't know if it's just because it's lower in sodium or no sodium or whatever, if that's what it is. So then you don't have that salt and sweet thing going on, but who knows? And stick to what you know. Fair enough. And Chris says it's 92 where you are. Oh, you're on the third floor. Yeah, girl, turn that air on. Turn that air on. Nani says going to continue with things fall apart. Very nice. Hope you continue to enjoy. And it's almost 4 p.m. and it still feels like 93. It probably still is 93 there. Ooh. And Nani, where you live, you're 97. Oh my gosh. Is that a normal temperature for you? Like, is that a frequent occurrence? And Carissa says, my next step is to rent a house to see what it would be like. That's a really good idea before you take the plunge. I would really like to get another dog, but I don't want them to be cramped in a studio apartment. Fair. And sometimes, after you rent, you might even want to consider renting a townhome, or nowadays, It's gonna make it hard for you guys to hear. Anyway, another option is to buy townhome style condos, and we have those in our area. And on the inside, it looks like a townhouse where you feel like you're in your own home. You have multiple floors, that kind of thing, but it adjoins all the other townhouses next to it. And so it's technically a condo. And the advantage of those setups is you don't have to do any outside yard work or any outside maintenance. So it can be less maintenance, though you do have condo fees. Um, so that or townhouses are other good options for people who are newer to owning a home, because both tend to have less land, less property, less maintenance. So that might be another thing to try renting even if you want. Or if you want to feel for what it's like to be in a house, you could rent a house where you're required to do most of the like day-to-day maintenance, like plumbing, indoor stuff. Um, Now he says it's hot because it's like the desert. Okay, I gotcha. So that's fairly normal for you. And Coda, the grapes were growing yet, but the vine is on the video. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, gotcha. Shada salt brings out the peanut butter taste and it's bland without it. Yeah, I agree. I think that's the reason I don't like it on the apples. Like, I like the smooth, creamy, subtle peanut butter taste in the sandwich, like, it's got enough salt for me to do that, but on the apples, I'm like, "Ah, this isn't working." And Denise, it's 93 in Southeast Michigan, going to go outside during the next sprint, at least for a bit, yeah. You could do a flash in the pan kinda situation. And Nani, yes, super normal. Sometimes we get 113 Fahrenheit. Okay, you're definitely in the desert. Yep. Or even 122. Yep, yep, yep. It's hard to live here, but you have an air conditioner. Yeah, if you've got an air conditioner, it's fine. Like you go out in the evening when it cools down to 90 and that kind of thing, which sounds horrible, but I used to live in Arizona and that's what we would do. Everybody would go outside after the sunset. It would be 90 degrees, which 90 degrees in the desert is actually very pleasant. It's like nice, warm, like t-shirt and shorts weather, but not like sticky and hot and disgusting. Alicia says it's 93, but it feels like 100 here in Florida. Yeah, that humidity, man. Ooh. And Carissa, a lot of houses to rent in your area would pay all the utilities and the outdoor maintenance. Yeah, and that's a great way to get a feel because then by the time you're done, you either know, like, okay, I can keep doing this maintenance, or like, no, what is this maintenance nonsense? Which I sometimes feel like. So sounds like you got a good plan going. All right, that is the end of the comments. I am going to go back to reading. I think I'm going to take out a little ice cream sandwich, but I'll need to let that get melty because that's how I like my ice cream sandwiches. It's just a little bit melty. So while I do that, I'll read some and then eat my ice cream sandwich and then come back and finish reading. So for now, let me bring up our little timer and yeah. And I'm gonna open up the air vent in here, which is literally almost right below where the computer is. So I'm not going to show the outside for now because it's just gonna blow on everything in a weird way. So you'll just have to sit and watch me read per usual. But there is the time for an hour. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Happy reading. Hello, hello, and welcome back from that sprint. How'd it go for you guys? Mine went really well. I read another chapter in The Mysteries of Paris, so I only have one chapter left before I'm caught up to where I'm supposed to be. I ate my ice cream cookie sandwich, and that was yum, yum, yum. And then I actually went over that way and sat on the couch and read Anne Ladies of the Club. And I'm quite enjoying it now, so I'm glad I kept going with it. I'm really getting sort of interested in the characters and wondering how this club is going to change their lives and infect them. There are a lot of discussions about sort of the role of women at the time and hints about how it's going to change. So I really think a major theme in this book is going to just be tradition and change. And, I'll be interested to see if the hair gets cut short and the hoop skirts come off and women start going to college. Because I did realize um, during this section that I read that even though it's talking about them having been at this 4-year college, based on their age, I don't think these women were at like what we think of when we think of college nowadays. I think what they were at is a 4-year finishing school. So, kind of the equivalent of high school for women, but also a semi boarding school. And the main point of the school, even though they get education, is also to help finish them in terms of how to live in society as ladies. Um, so how to sit properly and how to host tea and do domestic things as a lady who's going to be out and about in society, because other than housekeeping, that's the main thing they're spending their time doing, which is then why the one girl whose name is Amanda, her going to college, what we think of as college, and getting a 4-year degree and a bachelor's in Latin and Greek is such a big deal that she got um a man's title. So that's been really interesting. So I think I'm really going to enjoy this reread. I think it's going to be a very different experience from the first time I read it. It already has been. Though then again, I remember virtually nothing about the book from the first time I read it, other than, like I've said, that I liked it. So let's see how you guys did. Let's see. I left off, and Diana was saying, talking about animals eating talking about animals eating food, because we're talking about Amberly was sharing how all her strawberries are being eaten in her garden, made her laugh about the video on YouTube about Chunk the groundhog stealing food and is filmed eating in front of the camera. That's hilarious. I have not seen that one. I will have to look for it. When I think of like animals taking food, I always think of Mark Rober and the squirrels and the different like obstacle courses that he has made for the squirrels in his backyard. Yeah, if you haven't seen that, check that out. And Tammy, it's 53 and feels like 47. Oh my gosh, it's cold where you are, Tammy. Like, what Arctic breeze are you guys getting? Oh my goodness. And Amberly has seen those videos that Diana was talking about. So adorable. Oh, that sounds cute. And Jessica, how are you? You're allowing yourself to read for an hour today. Nice. You have a ton of filming and reorganizing and cleaning of your bathroom, all of which has to happen today. That is a lot. Good luck with that. And nice for giving yourself a little bit of time to yourself to do all that. I mean, time to yourself to read before doing all that. LA, back and just woke up from your nap. Very nice. Going to miss taking these. Yes. Oh, maternity leave ends next week. Oh, yeah, it is nice when you can nap with the babe. Oh, well, I hope that goes smoothly and going back to work and all of that. So good luck to you. And Jessica says on page 143 of 352 in Song of Achilles. Very nice. Hello, Phoenix. How are you? Hope you're doing well today. There was I don't know what that bird just carried off, but it was not a worm. It was, I feel like she just carried off the nut that the squirrel's been looking for. But yeah, that was interesting. Or a snail. because that's about the size of what it looked like it was carrying off. Anyway, nice to have you here. And Atia, hey, 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 just got back home after a day of unexpectedly being outside, and you're so over human interaction. Well, come sit and relax and read. And Alicia did a load of laundry. Glad you said that because I still need to get my laundry going. Marinated some chicken for mojito lime flavoring. Ooh, yum, yum, yum. And updated your budget planner. Ooh, you got a lot done. And Melinda's back from running an errand, made about half of the sprint. Nice. Read more in The Wives, really enjoying it, but we'll probably switch to something else in the next sprint. Fair enough. The Wives, you mentioned what that was about. Why does that sound familiar? I think I'm combining it with Kristen Hanna's book and womanhood and a couple other things. When Nani read 3 pages, but also 8 and talked to your father. What's the name of the book that I'm reading? I'm reading a book called And Ladies in the Club. I left it on the couch, otherwise I'd hold it up and show it to you. But it's a super thick, chunky book that is about post-Civil War, pre-Reconstruction Ohio. So you have a mix of a whole bunch of things going on historically in the US. It's a historical fiction, I should say that. So you have the women who are talking about the women's suffragist movement that they have mixed feelings about. You have the idea of like, okay, we've freed these enslaved people. What do we do about that? You just in this portion that I read, you had somebody talking about, what should women be doing after college? And there was some other issue that came up that just left my head. Uh, Basically, the idea, oh, I know what it was just the overarching topic of um, is it enough to have knowledge if you have no one else to share it with? So that's the dilemma of one of the women, Amanda, where she's gone to college, she's gotten this man's degree, and she's thinking that will be enough to keep me content while I go back to living in my hometown that I grew up with, even though I will have no one else to share all this knowledge that I've gained in college from. And she's trying to convince herself that having her knowledge is going to be enough. My guess is that with their starting a women's literary club, that what she will find is that it's not enough. I don't know. We'll see. But it's exploring those types of topics. And Nani says, Tia, totally get you. It happened to me before, and it's so annoying. Yeah, we've all had those times. And Metzley's back. Yay, hello, Metzley. Your book sounds really interesting. And yeah, okay, I just answered your question too. I'll bring it back over with me next time. But yeah, it is really interesting topics that it's discussing, mainly because of the time period. It's a really interesting time period that, like I said, I don't feel like gets written about a lot. Certainly not in fiction that I know of. Denise read 5% more and is at 42%, wanting to get well past 50% today. Okay, I think you're going to make that because you're doing like 5%, 4 or 5% each time. So, want to finish tomorrow and hopefully get some sightseeing done for Tar. Nice. What is the sightseeing like? I haven't like followed it this year, or ever. And because I just knew with moving, like that was just not happening for me. Plus, my books are too long. Though I could have done shorter books. But anyway, that's not the point. Let me know what the sightseeing is. I want to understand that. And Han says, took the remainder of my tea and made a green tea lemonade that sprint. 93 degrees actually wasn't bad as it was overcast and a little breezy. Oh, yeah, that's not too bad then. Somewhere around 20 more pages and Little Women. That's nice. Your tea sounds really good. Which, by the way, guys, I forgot to mention, how I was like, oh, my lavender honey lemon tea, da da da, really looking forward to it. I forgot I drank it all like weeks ago. So I very disappointingly opened the bag because it had 3 different flavors in it, just to realize that was not one of the flavors because that was the first flavor I had. So, I had peach black tea, so that was good, and I was planning on having the rest of it, but now I'm realizing it's 5 o'clock in the evening, and if I have caffeine, which I've had caffeine way too late into the day already, that will also be my 4th cup of caffeine, and I'll be awake until tomorrow. So, yeah, I just had 1 little cup. And it was good, but not as good as the honey lemon lavender tea. And Christina got a few more chapters in Percy Jackson done with your son. Very nice. Tammy's in Idaho, and it's almost always cold here. Oh, okay. Are you also in like northern Idaho? Because I have heard that is that it can get hot in some parts, but I didn't realize that it's always cold there or like cold-ish. And Ben finished a comic book and went for a quick jog. Nice. Getting things done today, Ben. Sounds good. Amberly up to page 155 of Miss Bourne now. It's fine so far. Oh, every book you've read recently has been fine. Oh no, really starting to crave something great. I know that feeling. Like, even though like 3 and 4 can be good, if you don't occasionally get a 5, it's like, and Sophia kind of didn't do anything that sprint, but we'll try again next sprint. Hey, there you go. That's why they keep coming around, right? Ben, say quick because of Florida humidity said to me, you're not getting any further. Oh, no. It was like, and that's all you're doing today, Ben. Go back home. I know that feeling. I'm like looking from here at the chair that I was sitting in. No regrets coming inside because that chair is now in full blast of sunshine. But like I said, like I see the shadows starting to creep back in that direction. So I think after this sprint, I'll be able to go back outside and it should be nice because hopefully it's slightly cooler, doubting it. And Phoenix said, doing okay. Saw you sprinting and figured to hop in and say hello. Well, thank you for doing so. Good to see you. Glad you're doing okay. Ben said the Florida humidity, yeah, arch nemesis is right. Arch nemesis. But it might be a nemesis to the arcs as well. And Denise says, Jessica, I want to read Song of Achilles. How are you liking it? And the wives. Oh, okay. You were talking about the wives, Melinda. Okay, that's why it was sounding familiar, right? Because I remember the part about the memoir about being a military wife, which sounds really interesting. Because I think you were saying that like that was your mother's situation, somebody in your family situation. Nani, how do you manage to read chunky books? Very slowly, over time, in the same way that you read a regular book. It just takes longer. So, like, for example, like if you, I mean, this is what I basically realized with chunky books is that if you read regularly, most of us read on average the same number of pages every day, or at least the same number of pages of books every week. And that is certainly true for me. Like, I read every day and I read about the same number of pages, no matter how long the book is. And the only thing that tends to change that is certain classics, if you get old enough, they take me slightly longer to read. And so once I realized that, then I was like, well, no matter what I read, by the end of the year, I'm going to have read the same number of pages. So I might as well throw some big, fat, chunky books in there because some of them are really good. And I've always liked really big books. Ever since I started reading them, probably in like high school, I started reading really long books and just found that there's certain aspects of them that are really enjoyable. If it's a good book, you get to stay with the characters for a really long time. If it's a bad book, you DNF it way before you finish it. So it doesn't really matter. So that's how I do it. So I just, and often I have more than one book going at the same time. Right now, that's other than the Mysteries of Paris. This big chunky book is the only other book that I'm reading. But I break it up with the Mysteries of Paris. So if I get tired of reading that, I read the Mysteries of Paris. If I get really tired of reading that because I'm kind of tired of the characters for a little bit, I'll just go to reading just a couple pages of it a day until I don't feel like reading any more of it. And then I'll pick up a shorter book to read and get through to feel like I accomplished something. But you just get used to it over time. Just trick your mind and just slowly make the books longer and longer. And Phoenix might try to set up the portable AC you ordered and showed up today. Ooh, that sounds nice. But tired of being hot. Yes, heat can be exhausting, even if you don't have heat exhaustion. And Heather, hello! Just finished work and excited to join us for the next sprint. Yay! Hope you had a great day at work. Hope the horsies are doing well. And Storm didn't read, but did a little workout. Nice. Now getting ready to cook supper a bit early. But you have your live tonight. Oh yeah, that's a lot to like squeeze in. So good luck. But you have until 7, right? So you're good. And Denise, sightseeing is reading extra books for more points. Oh, can't sightsee until you've completed the current leg. Okay, that makes sense. Sounds good. I like that. And Han just added the ladies of the club to your TBR. Yay! Yeah, it's really fascinating. Why that's making sound. On my This is really interesting. This total random side note, but usually I will mute it when it makes the little chime while I'm talking because otherwise I go in and out. And when I'm on Microsoft Edge as a browser, I can mute that tab. But I am on Chrome and you can't mute a separate tab. At least I can't figure out how to. And Shauna watched your Bridgerton episode. Nice. How was it? Did you enjoy it? Was it good times? And Heather says, "Oh my gosh, I was going to read this sprint and the plumber just showed up. Oh man, he had all day." Yes, I know they do that. And they do it like right as a sprint is starting or like right during the chatty bit. They do it during whichever part of the sprint you don't want them to come in. That's what I'm trying to say. And Jessica not liking it, think the queer rep isn't written well, and it's halfway through before the Battle of Troy is even whispered. Yep, but don't let me stop you from reading it. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on what your expectations are of the book. Yeah, but if you were expecting all of those things, I could see where you'd be disappointed. And Tammy, July and August are warm, but that's about it. Okay. I remember it snowing a few flakes on the 4th of July. What? Are you in like the most northern part of Idaho that's secretly up in the Arctic? No, Tammy, that's too cold, too late, too no. And I grew up somewhere where we could get like flakes of snow on Mother's Day, but 4th of July? No. And Jessica is reading this for like 6. Oh yeah, so you gotta finish. And Nani, which book would you recommend you to read? It has to be chunky, and it's like when you watch series and you don't want to finish it. Um, I would go with The Count of Monte Cristo then. Would I? Right now, off the top of my head, I would go with that. Looking at this bird that's sitting there, like in what's gotta be the hottest part in the sun, and it's got its mouth open, so I know it's hot, and I don't know why it doesn't move into the shade. Anyway, so off the top of my head, I would say The Count of Monte Cristo. It starts a little bit slow, but it's interesting, and then once it gets going, it is so good, and because it was serialized where it was written in chunks, you'll hit the end of a chunk, and it'll be a cliffhanger or a really tense moment, and so it keeps you wanting to keep reading it. So, yeah, if you haven't tried a long book, that's probably one of the more exciting, really long books. I mean, like it's over 1,000 pages, really long. If you want something shorter than 1,000 pages, let me get back to you. Let me think about that. How long is long? Are you asking? Maybe answer that first. And Shada did enjoy it. You're itching to watch the next, but you know you can't right now. Oh no, I hate when that happens. And then Idaho, about how far north? Yeah, yeah, Tammy is, but Alaska. I know it seems like it. Like just all the way some strange you know how the states go where they just keep extending. Surely there's some part that like reaches just right south of the Arctic. That's what it sounds like to me. In Phoenix, I rather flakes of snow on the 4th of July than half the year being too hot. Yeah, yeah, it's a tough one. Sorry, not sorry. I was going into the pun withdrawal. Haven't made one all day. You're good now. Oh, and Tammy, we are at a fairly high altitude. Oh, okay, yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Yeah, you either got to be far north or really high in the sky. Oh, well, hey, I mean, I guess if you're used to it, nice cool weather at least. And Metzley, I'd love to be there by the Arctic. Yeah. And then I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you get all that sunshine part of the year, and it's just too hot for you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, hot or cold, you gotta be one of those places like Hawaii where it's like 70 year round. That's like my idea of a good time. And Nani says, I don't know. I remember that I read 1,001 Nights once. Okay. All right. Let me look up and see like what else there is. I'll look that up on the sprint and I'll let you know what else I think might be good if you want to try a long book. Oh, and if you read War and Peace, then yeah, do the Count of Monte Cristo. If you read War and Peace, you can totally do the Count of Monte Cristo. All right. I've got the timer all set for us, and I will see you guys in an hour. Ooh, the sun just went behind a cloud, but I feel like it's trying to trick me into going back outside before it's actually started to cool down. So I'll probably be inside for one more sprint. But anyway, happy reading. Hello, hello, and welcome back. You can tell the sun is like setting on this side of the house, or at least in the shade, because I'm not quite as blown out as I was. And I'm looking at my chair, it's looking a little shady out there. So I think after this sprint, I'm going to go back outside, though it is still massively warm outside, but it's not too bad in the shade and there's a little bit of a breeze. So, how did that sprint go for everybody? Mine went well. I'm realizing I still have my last chapter of Mysteries of Paris to read. So, I'll probably do that. And I don't know, I'll figure that out. But people were asking what the book was I was reading. This is it right here, and Ladies of the Club. I don't remember when this was first published. Not super long ago. It's not a classic or anything like that. But it's historical fiction. It takes place in 1868, I believe, is when it starts. And they are forming a women's literary club. And right now, the members of the club are all very interesting because it's made up of two young ladies who just graduated from the finishing school, one young lady who's, I think, 4 years older than them, who actually went to college, um, two of the teachers from the finishing school. Um, Actually, I don't know if you guys can hear that. The laundry is singing me a song, letting me know it's done. Actually, I think there's 4, yeah, there's 4 teachers from the finishing school, 2 of them who currently work there, 2 of them who have just retired. So you have, like, 2 women who are retired from teaching, who are spinsters, like, neither of them are married, which is why they were still teaching to the point of retirement. One of them who kinda seems like she's just like, "Oh my gosh, what am I gonna do with my life now?" And they're wondering if maybe she has a growth, is their guess, because they're like, "Why does she look so haunted?" So that's a thing. And they have 3 women whose mother was like a huge part of like, is a huge part of suffragist movement. And then they have 2 women who moved to Ohio to the little town they live with when their father moved them there as children. And they're both women who grew up in Shenandoah Valley in Virginia and whose father and family owned slaves and enslaved people up until a certain point, at which point their father became an abolitionist, sold their property, moved to Ohio with all their enslaved people and set them free. But there's rumors going around that the sisters never liked that idea and liked their life back in Virginia. But it's also pretty clear that there's a lot of rumors going around about these sisters. So that's what I'm reading, and that's how my sprint went. I don't know how many pages I read. I didn't keep track of that, but it went really well. So let's see how you guys were doing. When we left, Nani was asking for some options for long books. I did look it up. I still stick with Count of Monte Cristo. If you want something that is like medium to fast pace and has a lot of adventures and helps keep you going through all those pages. If you want something that's more modern, more recently written, and you just want to start trying longer books, I recently read a book called Illborn by Daniel T. Jackson, and that is a fantasy novel and is almost 800 pages. So that was really good. And if you think about it, if you read a lot of fantasy, you've probably read some long books. But if you want to read a classic, I think The Count of Monte Cristo, check your translation. I read the one that was a Penguin classic. They were my favorite translation of it because it is translated from French into whatever language you want, and translation can make a difference. So if you have multiple translations available to you, you may want to try that as well. And Metzley said it's 90 degrees there and she's melting. Oh gosh. Ignore one of the years. Yeah, here we are at 90. Yeah, I did. Didn't even read the sentence as you wrote it. So there you go. It worked out. And Phoenix, oh, it's 98 there. Woo, yeah, you win the prize today for sure. Hello, Emily. How are you doing? I'm happy to have you here again as well. And the movement really well. Thank you. We are out of our house. We are temporarily house sitting. So that's where I am right now. And that is going really well. And oops, I thought I clicked it and I didn't. And oh, yeah, I read that and then I removed it. I don't know what I'm doing over here with the comments. And Laura has been loitering around reading this chunky book and having a great time. Ooh, off to bed. Have a good night, Laura. You're very welcome for the sprints. And everyone, drop your story graph in the chat if you have one. Trying to build my friends over there. Oh, good to know. I will drop mine when we go to the sprint because I had it open and then I closed it. So hopefully I will remember to do that. But yes, add friends over there. Nani, it's so terrible and sad. I just got to the part that, oh yeah, Kimifuna, yeah, I know. So sorry, but I have to leave for now because you have to teach a watercolor class. Oh, it was good seeing you too, and that's exciting. I didn't know you did that. I'll have to ask you questions about that the next time. And you would try The Count of Monte Cristo. Sounds good. And hello, Jean. How are you? You're loving the book you picked for like six. What did you pick? Let us know. And Han, 11 pages of Little Women this round. Gonna stick around in the chat, but off to make the dog dinner and followed by your own dinner. Sounds good. Hope you both enjoy. And Phoenix, the sliding panel for the window exhaust is missing. Oh no. But yeah, I was gonna say you need it to run the air conditioning. Oh, you wrote for a replacement. Oh, maybe cardboard. I feel like I've seen people do like a setup where they put cardboard in. Like, obviously, it's not going to be as good as whatever it's supposed to be, but I'm sorry, that stinks. That's so annoying. And Anne fell asleep, still trying to finish your book. Okay, you can do it. Maybe you needed that nap to keep you going. And the side panels were messed up on your window AC too, Anne. And you used heavy cardboard. Yep. Yeah, hopefully that works. I've seen that a lot. I feel like that's a common replacement. Hello, Jamie. How are you? Chapter 25 in Shogun. How are you in liking it? Is this the first time you've read Shogun, Jamie? I feel like maybe it was a reread for you. Atia got to 95%. Ooh, you're gonna finish soon. Melinda read a bit of Doppelganger, which you're enjoying, but can only take in small doses. Fair. There's lots of books like that, I feel. And Denise read 4% and at 46%. Okay, yeah, you're 50% next sprint. Sounds like it. Alicia continued to update her budget planner, and you discovered you only have 3 things left to pay off. Yay! That's an amazing accomplishment. And you cooked dinner chicken fajita viola meal. Ooh, yum. And chose to read Akata Witch. Ooh. Oh, is that in a Core Force series, the Binti series? Is that a book in that series? It sounds like it would be. Hello, Lisa. How are you? Just popping in. You're starting Lonesome Dove. Oh, I hope you enjoy that. Are you doing June on the Range? Are you reading it for that? Your husband and I are buddy reading it, and you're also in the middle of Escaping Houdini. Ooh, that sounds fun too. Well, I hope you enjoy all of your reads. Thanks for stopping in. And Shauna, no reading. Your son got home from school. Yep, that usually will interrupt mine too. Christia on chapter 7 of Sea of the Monsters, and the momentary reprieve of coolness melted. Melted what? Did it melt something? Or the coolness melted? Did I even read that sentence right? And the momentary reprieve of coolness melted. That sounds more right in terms of how I laid that sentence out that time. And Lisa, definitely the Count of Monte Cristo is awesome. I completely agree. And Jamie tried getting into Shogun a few months ago and only finished the first chapter. Okay, maybe that's what I was thinking of. But it is particularly helpful now for Tar. Oh, how does it fit in? I don't know what the prompts are because I'm not following. But nice. Glad that it gets in for Tar, and then maybe you'll finish it, and then you'll get to watch the show and all the things. Because thanks to the show, there's a lot of nice, like pretty copies and editions of it out now. And Alicia, I don't know what series it is part of, but it was affectionately dubbed the Nigerian Harry Potter. Oh, interesting. I haven't heard that before. Okay, I was thinking, I don't know what the name of the series is either, but I was thinking it was part of the series that either the first or second book is Binti, but I could totally be making that up. Like I know I'm fairly sure that Binti is by a core four, but I don't know what book in what series it is. And Shauna, is there anyone else here doing June on the Range? Yeah, that's why I was asking about the Lisa about the lonesome jove, the lonesome jove. Yeah, the lonesome dove. Yeah, I am not, because other than Lonesome Dove, I guess I had a couple of westerns that I could have done, but it wasn't fitting into my plans of what I was gonna move with me. So, ironically, I did end up bringing a western with me. Am I gonna read it in June? Probably not. I'm realizing that when I come back inside, I'm gonna have to turn on the lights in here. Oh, you know what I should do? They have, like, little, like, deck lighting. I should turn that on. Oh, but it's on the upper part of the deck, and I don't know that there's anywhere good out there for me to sit. Maybe once the sun goes completely lower, but I don't think there's enough lighting for me to see and read if I did that. We're not gonna worry about that tonight. Atia Binti is a separate series. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Um, from Speedy Scripts, which is what Akata Witch is within. Oh, okay, okay. Gotcha. Thank you for clarifying. But yes, they are both by Core 4. Okay, thank you, Atia. And Lisa, oh, you don't know what June on the Range is? I don't know who the host is. So, Shauna, if you could tell us who the host is for June on the Range. But June on the Range is being hosted by another booktuber. And I think all it is you just have to read one Western to participate. And like people are sharing and talking about the Westerns they're reading, and Lonesome Dove would clearly fit within that. So maybe Shauna can tell you who is hosting it and you can go check it out on their channel because clearly I'm not the person to give you good information about it. And Jessica says, going into the abyss, that is the bathroom. Good luck. And Heather, good morning. You're back. I love that with people who are like over in Asia. It's like, good night. Welcome back. How was it? Hope you had a good night's sleep. And shout out my current read is for that. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, see, you can tell us about it. And Coda is playing tribute to June on the Range. You're not following all the prompts, but you read The Quick and the Dead, and you're reading Streets of Laredo, Lonesome Dove 2. Ooh, nice. Okay, so there's prompts. So I was wrong about the like whole just read one book. Don't listen to me. Like I said, I know nothing about it. All right, that's the last comment I can see, and I want to sit outside before we have dinner. So I'm going to go ahead and put us back into this next sprint, and then when the camera pops back up, you guys will probably have your outside view again. So that will be fun for all of us. So let me get our timer up. Yeah, that sun is setting over the hills nicely, and then the light plays nicely off the sunshine. That's not what I meant to say at all. Anyway, you'll see. It looks nice outside through the trees this time of day. That's more or less so what I'm getting at. Happy sprinting. I'll see you all in an hour. Hello, hello, and welcome back outside. It's still pretty warm out here, but it's overall not too bad. The lighting's getting so nice and the sun's sparkling off the water. Uh, so it's nice out here. The birds have calmed down. Hope it's getting nice where you are if it's been hot today. It's back to like bearable temperatures now. If I didn't feel like I had done enough to the plants, I'd water them again, but we'll leave them alone for now and I'll water them early tomorrow morning. Anyway, my sprint went well. I had dinner and we had burgers and french fries for dinner with collard greens. That was an odd choice, but it seemed to work out. And I read some more of my book. I'm really enjoying it. Interesting things are happening. The club has been started. They're starting to mention the things that they're reading, which should be pretty fascinating. And because this book was written, I want to say in like the 60s. Certainly, my edition was printed in the 60s or 70s, because that's what the historically inaccurate right thing looks like. Oh, this was written much later than I thought. 80s. Came out in the 80s. Anyway, let's see how the sprint went for you guys. When we left, oops, that's not the one we were talking about, June on the range, and Coda gave us a whole bunch of information on who's hosting it, the video announcement. Thank you for linking that, Coda, and the guest and the other host and all the jazz. So if you're interested in that, you can find out more there. I'll try and get a little bit of this lighting fixed. It's not going to happen. And Shauna said, "Thanks to Coda." Yeah, it probably would have taken a bit to to locate it. And Sue said, "Yep, what Coda said on Jude on the Range. The prompts are read a Zane Grey Western and a Louis L'Amour Western. But if you read any Western, you're good." Oh, okay. That explains why I've been seeing a lot of people read Zane Grey. And Sue got a 2011 Mazda 3. Oh, nice. I remember you mentioning getting a car. Everything you didn't want? Oh, no. But it's an okay car. Okay. Hubby will never remember everything with his Alzheimer's, but you had to read the manual to figure out how to do a lot of the things. Okay, fair. Well, I hope it works out for you. And like you said, at the end of the day, it is a car. So hopefully that part will work well. And Atia said, "I think it's time for a nap, but I did essentially finish New From Here. Nice. And I hope you have a good nap." And Phoenix said, "So your power went out right after you wrote something? Oh, and the internet is iffy. You've taken it as a sign to relax and read. There you go. What else can you do? Right? And at least it's still daytime, at least where I am. And there's a good chance either your power or internet will go down again. So just in case, happy reading productivity and whatever. Same to you. Hopefully it doesn't, but if it does, same." And Teresa's back. Hello, Teresa. How are you? You ran to the library to just drop something off and checked out 4 graphic novels and bought 2 books. Ooh, good times. And I see you're going to tell us what you got. You bought The Librarian Spy and The Thursday Murder Club. Nice. I have not read either of those. Ooh, you got them for $1. That's a good deal. Both of them for $1 or $1 each. Either way, it's still a good deal, right? And Melinda, The Thursday Murder Club is fun. Yep, a lot of people seem to have liked that one. And Melinda was productive, picked up prescriptions, a grocery order, and put groceries away. Ooh, that's a lot to do in that 1 hour. And back to reading in the next sprint. Fun, fun, fun. Thank you. Looking forward to it. Nice. Denise made it to 51%. Yay, you hit your goal. And it is nice when you get like halfway through something. And Alicia finished budget planning. Okay, very nice. You've been working on that all day. Good for you. And read a chapter of your book and getting kiddos ready for bed. Nice. And your power's blipped on and off again 3 times. What's going on over there? Don't they know it's hot out? They gotta get that working. Alicia, I have to take my phone for the flashlight for the mummy single rider line. It's very dark and eyes don't adjust very well. I know that feeling. And Christina, we got to chapter 9 and now taking a break to try and eat and listening to Off the Beaten Path. Very nice. Metzley fell asleep. Nice. Hope it was good. You finished your homework. That's even better. And the moment you took to rest your eyes turned into a nap. Yep. Got you. Like, I'm just going to rest my eyes for a minute. Been there, taken that nap. And dollar each. That's not bad at all, Teresa. Pretty decent, in fact. And Emily, 10 pages from the end, gonna finish and then head to dinner. You're very welcome and hope to see you next week as well. And enjoy dinner. And Jessica, stage one complete, 20 minutes of video games, and then back in the war. Back in the war and oh, back in the war of like the war of your day, I'm assuming is what you're talking about. I can relate to that as well. Well, it is shaping up to be a nice evening here. I can hear the kids playing out front. We like live on a cul-de-sac, so all the kids have like the time of their life every single day playing in the streets. And Lisa loved the Thursday Murder Club series. Can't wait for the movie to come out. I didn't know they were making a movie. That's exciting. That movie's gonna be popular because people liked that book, and then you know what's gonna happen is they're gonna watch the movie, and then more people are gonna see the movie, and then that's gonna make them wanna read the book, and then they're gonna come out with the movie edition of the book, and you know how it goes. The War of Your Bathroom. Yeah, I figured that out after a minute. And it just blipped again. Yeah, the computer and wireless unbackup. Okay, good. So long as it doesn't fry anything of yours, it'll be okay, but I'm sorry, that's really annoying. Oops. Comments are jumping. Shauna listened to more of Retribution Rails. I haven't heard of that one. I thought it was gonna be was it Retribution Falls? Was that the one that was really popular for a while? And Belinda, the movie will be great. Helen Mirren, Pierce Brosnan. Ooh, that will be good. Wow, I might go see that. And Jamie, almost done with the third section of Shogun. Really enjoying it so far. Has some unexpected, really funny scenes. Yeah, it's a really good book from what I recall. It's been a long time, but I remember positive vibes about it. And Alicia, I just realized that my comment about single writer is in here and not the other live stream. I was wondering, I was like, okay, maybe that's just the term she uses for putting her kids to bed. Don't you just love how I just went with it and was like, "Yeah, okay. Sure, sure, sure." Phoenix says to Shauna says hello to Shauna, rather. And Lisa, yes, and the casting is awesome. Yeah. It sounds like it's gonna be good. Okay, and it's a YA Western. Okay, nice. In hand, still here, finished dinner and cleaned the kitchen. Nice. Hoping to hang out with you guys until 9 and hopefully get some more reading done. Awesome. And almost done with Little Women and then on to Good Wives. Nice. You're getting a lot done. Oh my gosh, Phoenix, what are they doing? Are they doing work near your house? Do you know why it's going in and out? Like, are you having like strobe sprints right now? That's crazy. Melinda, you're right, Ben Kingsley. Okay, not F. Marie Abraham. Okay, fair enough. And Metzley, my laptop gets too hot with this weather and the connection with the Wi-Fi stops working. Yeah, that's why I went in for a while because I was like, "Ooh, well, my computer and camera are only gonna last so long." And Metzley, it's been like that all day. Yeah. And yeah, that was pretty funny. And Shauna, the first one was called Vengeance Road. Okay, maybe it's not the one that I'm thinking of then. And you're awesome like that. Thanks. No problem. No, it's just literally my mind. I'm like, huh, this doesn't seem to make sense, but it must just be me. So I'll just make it make sense. That's how my mind works. Not like, Alicia, did you mean to put that here? Of course you did. That would never occur to me anything else. And it does happen. That's right, Christina. You have two screens for both live streams. You're on the wrong one. You're not the first person to do that for sure. And Anne says, "I love Little Women, but can't stand Good Wives." Oh, that's the 3rd book, is it? Or is it the 2nd? I always forget. Yeah, exactly. And Shauna says, "Hi to Phoenix." Hi right back to you. And I'm feeling a sneeze coming on. we'll see how that goes. And fun fact, most modern day printings of Little Women print part 1 and part 2, but they are actually Little Women and then Good Wives. Oh. Huh. Okay, maybe that's why I was thinking it was book 2, because then the 3rd book is, like, Joe's Boys or something like that? Because I feel like at one point when I read Little Women, I read 3 books. So whatever printing I had must have separated them. And Phoenix says it's either wind, oh, okay, oh, or too many people using AC, yeah, and you're getting brownouts. I gotcha. Yep, 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 yep. And Teresa, not that you need to start another book, but you wanted an auto and you started The Ferryman. Okay, yeah, I need an audiobook too, guys. And you learn something new every day. That is so true, Christina. So true. All right, that is the last comment that I see. And let's see, if we do another hour, that will bring us to 8:45, and that'll be perfect. It'll be 9 o'clock. So we've probably got most of this next hour still outside. Um, I don't think we're gonna get a good sunset today, though. So the sun is over there twinkling through the trees, but it's it's still kind of orangey. Yesterday, we had some nice pinks and oranges. I don't think we're getting there today, but we'll see how it goes. So I'll have us go back into a sprint in just a minute, and that'll take us to just before 9 o'clock, which will be perfect. Uh, Metzley says probably the AC. Yeah, that'll do it every time. Christina's having a more you know moment. And Han says, Little Women, Good Wives, Little Men. Oh, and then Joe's Boys. Okay. At least that's what Scoregraph is. No, that sounds right. That's right. I forgot about Little Men. I think I was trying to make Joe's Boys, Little Men all one book, like they do with the first two, right? And Phoenix says, what Han said, there wasn't going to be a second part. She got pushed into writing it. Oh, and into some of the relationships. Ah, Good Wives is written in spite of, I'm guessing, what she wanted to do. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Anne says, I think we're going to sleep in the basement instead of turning on the central AC upstairs. Not a bad idea. I would probably be doing that regardless. Christina wants some rain twinkling through the trees. Sounds lovely. Yeah, I'll show you a shot of it. Though there might be a candle in the way. Like, not a candle, like a tiki torch type of thing. But I'll see if I can get it in the shot for you guys. And Metzley, now every time I hear "The More You Know," I remember that combo we had a while ago when you introduced me to the video of the rainbow. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, it's nostalgia over here for sure. But yeah, yeah, you've gotta the more you know. Um, or stars. No, I think it was rainbows. Oh, it was a shooting star. It's a shooting star with a rainbow coming out of it. So it's all of the above. You were right on each account. So, all right, let me go ahead and get our timer back up. We will go back into this sprint and we will enjoy whatever type of sunset we end up getting. So, oops, there we go with our hour. And I will see you guys after this last sprint. Oh, I guess that means it is our last sprint. I should put our little sad banner up to say it's the last sprint. And then I'll restart the timer because now I'm just talking through it. Okay, there we go. This will be our last sprint. There we go. I'll give you all 30 seconds of that back. Happy sprinting. Hello, hello, and welcome back from our final sprint. How did that go for everyone? Mine went really well. I just kept reading some more of my book. Like Metzley, I sat and watched part of the sunset. That wasn't a particularly wow one tonight. It was still nice. And yeah, and then I moved us inside before it got dark because it is definitely dark outside now. And yeah, and at that last minute, I was just looking up something that came up in my book that I was like, I bet that's more significant than it sounds like in the book for intentional reasons. And basically, one of the women has gotten married, and on her honeymoon, she went to Washington, D.C., and she went to, hear what Congress was saying. And uh, as she put it, Mr. Garfield was talking about something about the Indian Bureau. And I was like, I feel like this is probably a significant thing in history that she's just sort of overlooking because she's kind of a, young, sort of flippant type of character still. So I'm trying to look it up to see if I can figure out what it was that he was saying at that time. From what I can see, he was in charge of the Census Bureau, and at the time was suggesting changes to the ninth census. But I've yet to figure out what changes he was proposing and whether or not they happened. So I'll be doing a little more research on that tonight. So, my plans for the rest of the evening are to figure out what that little section was about, read my last chapter in the Mysteries of Paris that I have to do for today, and then to take a shower because I'm like sweaty and smell like bug spray because it's getting wild out there and all sorts of things. And then I'll just be relaxing for the rest of the evening. I had a great day sprinting, got some good outside time, went for a nice walk at one point, got a lot of fresh air, and read about 100 some odd pages. So I feel good about that. How did you guys do this sprint and how did the day go for you? Let me know. And Anne was saying that she has a window AC in the basement because she was talking about sleeping in the basement instead of upstairs and turning on the central air. And that makes sense. Yeah, if you get extra hot, you got that window AC. And Metzley was talking about the shooting star with the rainbow. Yep. And Han said to Phoenix Rose, yeah, how interesting. My mom loves Little Women, but wasn't aware it was a series. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people aren't because they don't really put it out as if it is one for weird reasons. And Phoenix says, wow, flashbacks to my childhood with that, right? Yep. And there Christina goes, oh, look, and she you added the little star on at the end. Yes, there you go, Christina. Love it, love it. And Metzley says, it's just there engraved in my mind now. There you go. You're welcome. And Phoenix says, Little Women was one of my favorite books growing up, but I wasn't as fond as the rest of the series. I agree. I agree. Because you're a nerd, as a kid, I read all sorts of biographies. Oh, and special interest. Nice. Ah, with that still going. Oh my goodness. That power. And Coda has gotten no other reading done, but you've been lurking while you do almost nothing but think. Hey, sometimes you got to do that. And headed to a friend's to hang out. Thanks for the sprints. All right, bye, Coda. I'm sure you're long gone based on the time of this, which was almost an hour ago. So I hope you have a good rest of your evening. And Metzley, oh yeah, here's where Metzley and I were like, we're not just sitting here watching the sunset. Nope, not at all. And Metzley gets two sunsets today. Nice. You're very welcome, Karen. Happy to share. It's nice to have people to share it with, right? And Christina says, have fun, Coda. Yes. Jean almost finished Lake 6. Nice. You're welcome for the sprints. Absolutely. And Alicia got the kiddos in bed. Nice. And you updated your reading planner and your everyday planner. I need to check my everyday planner because I'm like, I think I did most of the things on there, but I was a bad planner girl today and didn't actually look at my planner. But there wasn't much on there other than the sprints. I intentionally do that on Mondays. And Phoenix ate and read and totally just relaxed. It was fabulous. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Karen finished 2 chapters of The Tale of Genji. Nice. And you were hoping to just get one done, right? You're very welcome. I'm glad you got so much done. Christina finished supper and went back to SOM. I feel like I should know what that is. It's the other book you were reading that was not Percy Jackson. You'll tell me, but you went back to it. Okay. You're very welcome, Alicia. And Amberly's still here, but no more reading, got more cleaning done. Okay. And then started winding yarn. Ooh, for a few projects. Oh, and counting hand spun yardage. Nice. I hope you got enough yardage to do a little something something with. And Christina says hello to Jean and did some sprint hopping. Nice. And Phoenix was so happy I was sort of able to join your sprints today. Me too. I'm sorry that you weren't able to completely join them as much as you were hoping. And I hope your power issue does not continue. Hopefully, they'll work that out. And Melinda, you're very welcome. Have a wonderful dinner. You're very welcome, Christina. I hope you have a wonderful evening as well. Thanks for joining. Always good to see you around. Teresa didn't get too far